We are Fox Sports!
Welcome to the Chevrolet World Series pregame show on Fox.
In Game 6 of the World Series, the Texas Rangers and St. Louis Cardinals simply played one of the greatest games in the history of baseball.
And now the Rangers are one strike away from their first World Championship in franchise history.
And with the Cardinals' season on the line, it was up to the hometown kid to save St. Louis.
Into right, well hit. It's off the wall.
But in the face of adversity, the Texas Rangers showed the heart and resiliency that only champions possess.
There's a shot into right. Hamilton has gone deep.
Josh Hamilton, a two-run home run, and the Rangers have regained the lead.
For the second time, St. Louis faced elimination. This time, the Cardinals' hottest bat in the World Series delivered again.
A swing and a base hit into center field. Here comes John Jay with the tying run. The Cardinals have done it again. They just won't go away.
And on a night that could only have happened in October, David Freese went from hometown kid to playoff legend.
Freese hits it in the air to center. We will see you tomorrow night.
The World Series will end tonight in a final Game 7, as both the Texas Rangers and St. Louis Cardinals are pushed to the brink of greatness. But only one team will stand victorious as the champions of baseball. The conclusion of the World Series is next. Game 7. Right now on Fox.
After a night of improbable comebacks and drama, St. Louis is bracing for the final chapter of the World Series. Either the Cardinals will win their 11th championship or Texas will get off the mat to claim its first. It's time for Game 7 of the World Series. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Fox's continuing coverage of the 2011 World Series alongside Eric Barrows and A.J. Brzezinski of the Chicago White Sox and the Commissioner's Trophy. I am Chris Rose, and A.J., you two need no introduction.
I know. Hi, buddy. I've missed you all these years. EK, you guys are friends, right?
Never met the trophy.
Guys, first question. Have you recovered from last night?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, as a fan, I'm looking forward to watching this game. I couldn't sleep last night. Excited about coming out here and watching a Game 7.
We might as well not even bother talking about last night's game because it was so crazy. We could spend 3 hours discussing it.
All right, well, let's spend a few minutes because if you're Texas, I suppose the big question is how do you rebound? How do you get up off the mat? 5 different times last night they had leads, including 2-run leads in the 9th and the 10th. If you're Texas, how do you come back?
You just come back. You've got a Game 7. You're playing for the World Championship today. It's hard to explain to a fan who gets emotionally high or low with every win or every loss of their respective team. But the Texas Rangers, they're made up of baseball players. And as a baseball player, you have to be able to put failures behind you. If you went with the ups and downs every single day, you'd be in the nut house. Right now, Texas, what happened yesterday, that's what happened yesterday. Has nothing to do with today. Josh Hamilton said it best last night when he was asked, how was he going to sleep? I'm going to sleep fine. Well, how are you going to put tonight behind you? He said, you know what? That's what separates those of us that play the game and those that don't.
Yeah, but guys, we hear so much about momentum. Momentum, we hear that. That's like a buzzword for fans around here. Does it factor in?
Not at all. I don't believe in momentum. Tom Kelly, one of my former managers, used to say all the time, momentum is based on the next day's starting pitcher. So Chris Carpenter and Matt Harrison, it's on you guys. Everyone knows that. But baseball is a game built on failure. Everyone fails. From the time I played T-ball to playing in the major leagues and winning a World Series, I've failed. I've failed miserably. I've had good days. I've had bad days. But you learn to get over it. You learn to separate it. You learn to get past it. That's what you're taught. That's That's why these guys are on the field right now, and my Chicago White Sox are at home watching it, because we didn't get past our failures. Tonight, one of those teams has the chance for the ultimate goal, and I can't wait.
You make it sound like you're terrible. I mean, you're a two-time All-Star. You got a ring. It's not that bad.
Well, no, it's not that bad, but it is what it is, and it's part of the game.
Hey, there is one note for the St. Louis Cardinals. Matt Holliday has been removed from the postseason roster after he injured his right wrist, diving back to the bag last night in the sixth. Adron Chambers takes his place. That was 5 innings before David Freese's epic blast. Our Ken Rosenthal is about to catch up with St. Louis's hometown hero.
Freese has tied it 7-7. Unbelievable. Freese hits his center. We will see you tomorrow night.
David, first question. How much sleep did you get last night?
I didn't get too much, but there's nights during this postseason where I haven't gotten a lot of sleep, just too excited, too anxious to get going, but you don't need any sleep to get ready for this game.
Now, we talked about this last night. You're from near here. You grew up rooting for the Cardinals. Every kid in America dreams of being a World Series hero for his hometown team. Was it as good as you imagined?
Yeah, it was incredible, but it's one of those things like, playing with Albert. I don't think you really understand it until it's all over with. We got one more thing to do, take care of tonight. It's just incredible to be a part of this.
Now, we all know a lot of guys are playing hurt this time of year. How beat up are you after what happened last night at home plate?
I'm all right. I was ready for it. I'll take that beating any day. But whoever comes out here and wins tonight, man, they deserve it. That team over there is a great group of guys. We're having a good time with them, and we're all playing hard. So it's gonna be a good game tonight.
David, thanks very much. Good luck. Chris, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you very much. You're probably wondering about the jersey ripping that was created by Nick Punto. It's called the Shredder, okay? So St. Louis would love to see that one more time. And if so, how are they going to get it done?
Well, they're going to have to show up offensively. In the 3 wins of this World Series so far, St. Louis has scored 29 runs. In their 3 losses, they've only scored 3. Why is it important today? Because they've got to give Chris Carpenter a cushion. I don't expect him to be on top of his game, and he's going to have to work through that Texas Ranger lineup. The way he gets a cushion, they have to score for him.
I agree, and I think Tony La Russa also agrees with you, because there's some lineup changes tonight, which he'd been talking about before Game 6. He moved Rafael Furcal out of the lineup spot, leadoff spot. Why is that important? Ryan Terrio's there. He hits .321 against lefties this year. Rafael Furcal, .213. He also puts Furcal in more of an RBI spot and towards the bottom of the lineup, where he can create some havoc if he does get on base with his legs. Tony La Russa loves moving guys, putting action on. Plus, he put Lance Berkman behind Pujols again, put Freese, the hero from yesterday, behind Berkman for some protection. Tony La Russa believes they have to score runs tonight, and he found out the best way to do it, make some changes.
Well, guys, as you could imagine, the Twitter world, it was a buzz after last night's Game 6 dramatics. And why don't you chime in on our conversation during Game 7? You can follow me at Chris Rose, all of us, MLB on Fox, and special guest tweeter from the Philadelphia Phillies, all-star center fielder at Shane Victorino. And don't forget, hashtag Game 7 this time around. Well, tonight, our baseball history lesson is all about Game 7s. 2001, Diamondbacks and Yankees tied in the 9th. Bases loaded for Luis Gonzalez against Mariano Rivera.
Floater, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champions.
Chevrolet. Thanks for making Chevrolet and baseball a part of America for the last 100 years. More Game 7 drama, this time from 1997. The Florida Marlins tied the Cleveland Indians with a run in the 9th. Then in the 11th, Edgar Renteria stepped to the dish.
The 0-1 pitch. A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
The Marlins are a part of a streak that has seen the home team win 8 Game 7s in a row.
Rose, have you recovered from that yet?
We have, with a lot of therapy. Now, the Rangers and Cardinals, what do they have in store for us tonight? Well, right now, Ken Rosenthal standing by with the Rangers leader, Ron Washington.
Thanks, Chris. Ron, you spoke to your team before batting practice. I heard you mixed in a little bit of humor. What did you tell them?
Well, I just told them this is a game. We've been playing it all year. We've been having each other's back all year. We took a blow to the gut last night, knocked the win out of us, but it didn't knock us out. It just knocked us down. And it's important that we continue to believe in one another, and it's important that we go out there and continue to have fun and represent Texas and play Texas Ranger baseball. And that's all it was.
Now, you've got some banged-up players. How is Cruz and how is Napoli?
Well, Napoli is fine. He's a gamer. You know, it was obvious that he turned his ankle last night. But if you watch the way he finished the game last night, he went through it and you wouldn't have never knew it. And tonight is the same. Nelson, you know, he's dealing with a little groin problem, but, you know, he's willing to go out there. He came in today, got some treatment, and he's a gamer also. And we just got to wait and see how it goes.
Your bullpen tonight. Who is available? And also, Wash, how concerned are you about fatigue?
About
fatigue.
Oh, fatigue? It's been the last game of the year. No such thing as fatigue. Everyone is available. You know, maybe Kobe Lewis won't be out there, but he did stop in my office and told me that all hands on deck. And if we needed him to get a hitter out, his arm feels good. So, I mean, we're ready to go. You know, each situation that dictates that one of those guys that we've been using all year have to come out that bullpen, we won't hesitate to give the ball to him. You play this game long enough, what happened last night, you hope would never happen, especially in this big series. But it happens in a game of baseball. And you got to recover. It's all about heart. It's all about, you know, how you feel about one another. And it's all about what you put into this the whole year. And now it's down to one game.
Ron, good luck. Chris, back to you.
Guys, thank you. Wash is obviously ready to go. I love it. I love the energy.
I love those glasses he has. They match his hat perfectly.
All right, strategy for the Rangers. What are they trying to do tonight?
They're trying to get to Chris Carpenter. That's what they're doing. This is the third time in less than 10 days they face Chris Carpenter. I know he's been great at home in the postseason. I know he's done all these great things. But here's the thing. You got to find a way to get to Chris Carpenter. Third time in 10 days. If you cannot beat Chris Carpenter tonight, facing him for the third time, you don't deserve to win the World Series. Everyone's banged up at this time of the year. We've talked about it. Everyone's talked about it. I've turned my ankle before. If it was the regular season, would Mike Napoli be out there? Probably not. Would Nelson Cruz be out there? Probably not. But Ron Washington calls these guys dirtbags. That's an affectionate term, and he's more than happy to throw them out there.
Yeah, I mean, he turned his ankle and he's here tonight. I mean, that's amazing. It's playing through pain. Matt Harrison is the key for this ball club. You don't want to get into the bullpen early on. As Ron Washington said, everybody's available, but still you'd like to see Matt Harrison go 5-6 innings. He's on full rest. He can throw like Derek Holland as far as controlling the lineup. The key, get the curveball over for strikes. Keep the ball down. His defense will have to be involved. He creates a lot of ground balls. The thing for him, keep the defense involved, and they need to make plays. They did not support him at all in his previous start. In fact, they just dropped the ball, and that's why he didn't pitch that well.
Well, guys, you heard Ron Washington talk about the injuries suffered by Mike Napoli and Nelson Cruz. They are both in the starting lineup. Of course, Napoli, if you missed it last night, he sprained his ankle going into second base in the fourth inning. Nelson Cruz actually had to leave for a defensive replacement in the 11th because of that groin strain. EK, how does this affect the Rangers?
Well, you know, I'm getting tired of hearing this. Well, it's late in the season and we all don't feel well and we're all going to go out and play. Totally get that. But that doesn't explain, can Mike Napoli go out and run? Can he get to second base? Can he pivot? Can Nelson Cruz do things that he normally could do with a healthy groin? Those are the things that will impact this ball club. But that man right there, Adrian Beltre, has the ability to carry this team. He's had a great World Series so far. And remember, when Chris Carpenter last stepped on the hill, who took him deep? Adrian Beltre.
I know you love Adrian Beltre because you guys both bled Dodger blue at one time, but my guy, I picked at the beginning of the season, Michael Young. Michael Young, here's your chance for redemption. Last night, 1st and 3rd in the 1st inning. You struck out. You kind of set a spiral in motion where they didn't get that run in. You made 2 huge errors in the field. You got taken out of the game. Tonight is your night for redemption, much like David Freese did last night after he dropped the pop-up. Michael Young, I picked you as my MVP of this series. Tonight is your chance to earn it and win Game 7 for your Texas Rangers as the face of the franchise.
Well, guys, coming up, it's going to be your chance to talk about the starting pitchers. One of them is a fireballing left-hander that's in his mid-20s. Another one, an aging Cy Young Award winner. Who has the edge, and will age and experience factor in? EK and AJ. Yeah, we're using initials on this show. Break it all down when we return to St. Louis. Chevrolet World Series pregame show on Fox. More from Game 7 lore. 20 years ago yesterday, the greatest pitching duel in World Series history. John Smoltz and Jack Morris were locked in a scoreless game, with Morris pitching 10 shutout innings. Then Gene Larkin was the hitting star against the Braves.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
First World Series Game 7 to end 1-0 since 1962. Tonight, the pressure's on these two starters to give their respective teams some innings. Matt Harrison didn't make it out of the 4th in Game 3. Meanwhile, Chris Carpenter gets the ball in just 3 days rest. But keep in mind, St. Louis 6-0 at home in his postseason starts. 3 days rest. Does that concern you at all?
It does, because the only start he's ever had in the 3 days rest, he got hammered by the Phillies in Game 2 of the NLDS. But here's the thing for Chris Carpenter. He's been great at home. We know this. He's been great in the postseason. We know this. The thing for him that's most fascinating for me to watch is curveball. How many times does he throw his curveball? In Game 1, he only threw it 7 times in 80 pitches. Game 5 start, 25 in 100 pitches. What does that tell me? Dave Duncan and Yadier Molina were making adjustments to the game plan. What will they do tonight, and how will the Texas Rangers react? If he has a good curveball and he throws it a lot, that means that he's pretty effective, and he's going to be in the right position and put the Cardinals in the right position to win the World Series and hoist the trophy.
Matt Harrison needs to disrupt the Cardinal offensive game plan. That's one thing the Cardinals do. They have a team approach. Matt Harrison is going to have to follow the same plan that Derek Holland did. How do you do that? You get inside on the Cardinal hitters. Take the ball, come in off the plate. Don't let them dive out over the plate. Look at that outside pitch, drive it the other way. We saw it last night when David Freese hit that triple off the right field wall. They dive, they dive, they dive. Take away that ability to dive. Keep the ball down. When Harrison is good, he's working down in the zone. He involves his defense, keeps them in the game. They're going to have to be able to pick him up, make all the plays. Matt Harrison, as long as he doesn't give any free passes, I think can shut down this St. Louis Cardinal offense.
And let's keep in mind, Matt Harrison was a guy who didn't even make Texas's postseason rosters. They made their run to the World Series.
That was last year. That was last year.
But I'm saying
about a completely different ball player.
And
now,
he's
right?
not a fun at bat. As a left-handed hitter, trust me, he's not someone you want to go up there and face all the time.
The point is, it's something that drives him. He told us that as the playoffs got underway. Now, I want to go to the back end of the bullpen. Neftali Feliz, Jason Mott, both tasted failure last night. Would you be worried?
No, not at all. If I'm Neftali Feliz or Jason Mott, I want the ball in the ninth inning, and the manager's going to give it to him no matter what. The game's on the line. This World Series is on the line. If you're the Texas Rangers, you want Neftali Feliz out there. You're the Cardinals, you want Jason Mott out there. They blew it last night. What are the chances they're going to blow it 2 nights in a row? I don't think there's a chance it's going to happen again. They want the ball, and they will get the ball if it comes to that.
And I think what you're talking about, the characteristics of these guys, the qualities of these guys, they want the ball when the game is on the line. They're not shying away from anything. And if you're a competitor and you have an opportunity to play in this ball game, you want to make an impact, you want the ball.
All right, guys, who wins this beauty and why? AJ?
I picked Texas Rangers in 6. Once again, I was wrong. So I'm going Texas Rangers in 7. They have the pitching lined up the way they want with Harrison. Their lineup is deeper, and I just believe they're a better team.
I think Texas in 7. I picked them at the beginning of this series. I haven't seen anything that would change that. I don't think Chris Carpenter is going to be as effective as a lot of people think.
The last road team to win Game 7, 1979. We are family.
If he's right again, we're going to Vegas.
Well, that's true. You were pretty good in the ALCS. See if you can make it 2 for 2. All right, guys. Well, tonight we will be handing out the Commissioner's Trophy. Who will take it home? The Cardinals for the 11th time or the Rangers for the 1st? Coming up, it's time for the singing and playing of our national anthem. Let's send it upstairs to John Hewlett.
Please direct your attention to center field. Our nation's colors are being presented tonight by the United States Transportation Command Joint Service Color Guard from Scott Air Force Base. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem. Joining the members of the Joplin South Little League on the field is the lead singer of the multi-platinum Grammy-nominated band Daughtry, 19 RCA recording artist Chris Daughtry.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
Coming up, baseball's first Game 7 in 9 years. The Rangers and Cardinals both eye the trophy. Who will lift it by night's end? Just about time to see how this amazing series will conclude, and these fans are pumped up. It's Game 7 of the World Series between the Texas Rangers and the St. Louis Cardinals, and now it's time to say hello, Joe Buck.
And I say hello back, Chris Rose. Thank you very much, and welcome to the broadcast booth. Tim McCarver is coming right up. Well, here we are, Game 7. This is when this great game is at its best. It's been a long, winding road for these two clubs to get to this point. Last night, it was certainly an emotional roller coaster like a great heavyweight fight. Two champions standing in the middle of the ring, going toe-to-toe, pounding on each other, and the Cardinals ended up on top on that Freese home run, winning it in 11. So now tonight, and the question has to be emotionally, how do these two teams come into this game? The Cardinals should roll in on an emotional high. And Tim McCarver, as I welcome you in, how did the Texas Rangers put that heartbreak so close 2 times last night behind him and try to win Game 7?
Well, there are a lot of ways to approach it, but I think the Rangers have to treat the early innings like the late innings of a tie game. I mean, press the issue. Try and score her early. Try harder to score early so you can erase the memories of last night.
And they'll be trying to do that against Chris Carpenter, the Cardinals ace, pitching on short rest. Meanwhile, It's Matt Harrison, the young left-hander, getting the ball for the Texas Rangers.
And you can't control your pitches unless you can control your emotions, and Matt Harrison will try to do both tonight.
We know you folks can't wait. You know what? Neither can we. Game 7 tonight.
A new season begins every spring and ends each autumn. Baseball is a timeless game where kids of all ages dream about magical moments. The Fall Classic is the phrase used to describe the World Series. Last night, it delivered.
Breeze hits it in the air to center. We will see you tomorrow night.
The journey to become a champion will end tonight. One game will decide not just a season's worth of hopes and dreams, but for many, a lifetime's. Game 7 of the World Series.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by DirecTV, if you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Moments ago, the Cardinals took the field, led out there by their 36-year-old right-hander, Chris Carpenter. And tonight's opening pitch brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Taco Bell starting lineup for Texas, brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Ian Kinsler first up. Then Elvis Andrus. It's Josh Hamilton, homered last night, hitting third. Michael Young, Adrian Beltre, Nelson Cruz good to go. Mike Napoli, bad ankle and already. David Murphy is batting eighth, and Matt Harrison pitching and batting ninth. And here are these numbers from this postseason for Carpenter. Glad you're with us. On short rest. Ball one up and away. Carpenter, who has 8 total postseason wins for the Cardinals. That's the most in franchise history, albeit with more opportunity, with more rounds. He is 2-0 at home this year, 6-0 in his career, pitching at home during the postseason. First time he's done it, however, on short rest. Good start. Kinsler with a base hit into left on a pitch that was up. And Ian Kinsler has been hot. He had a couple of hits last night, 2 RBIs, and he's on to start the night here in Game 7.
Let's take a look at the scouting report. Increasingly more curveballs in Game 2 for Carpenter against the Rangers than in Game 1. Big game, well, of course. La Russa said no pitch limit.
That quieted the crowd, and so would some damage if the Rangers could do it here in the first inning tonight. There goes Kinsler. Now he comes back and he's trapped. Just like that, the Rangers lose Ian Kinsler on the bases. 1 out.
A mini momentum shift. Andrus squaring around. Kinsler slips for the second time in this series. Kinsler is picked off by Molina. Caught in between, but Molina wasn't.
It goes down as a caught stealing. 2-3 with Pujols on the tag, and now a ball down and away makes it 2-0 on Elvis Andrus. Now the 2-0 on the inside corner. 2-1. Home plate umpire is Jerry Lane. He is the crew chief. He worked the plate when Carpenter made the start in Game 1, and that was called strike 1. Here's a 2-1. Ball 3-1.
The Rangers won Game 2, 2-1 on great base running by both Kinsler and Andrus. Bad start on the bases tonight.
See what Andrus can do with a 3-1 count. He takes a 1-out walk. And now we give you the Cardinal defense. Little different look. In the outfield, Alan Craig is in left. Matt Holliday has been disabled. Skip Schumacher in center, Berkman in right. Freeze for Kyle. Ryan Theriot gets the start. Albert Pujols at first. Yadier Molina does the catching for Carpenter. We'll give you a bit of an injury update from Ken Rosenthal here in the top of the first if we get the chance. Here's Hamilton. Ball 1 outside.
Joe, you and I were watching Josh Hamilton take batting practice. It was the best batting practice we have seen in the postseason by Hamilton. He was launching balls out of here.
And his last swing, he won midway up the back end of the bleachers in right. He is late on that swing. 93 from Carpenter. Ball 1. Here are some of the injuries. That nasty twisted ankle by Napoli. His left ankle, then Holliday with the injured hand, a finger. He has been put on the disabled list, and then Cruz hurt his groin. The only guy that can't play here in Game 7 is Holliday. Runner goes, and a base hit into right. It's past Pujols, and Elvis Andrus will cruise all the way around. It's an RBI double, and the Rangers strike first. Aggressive on the bases, starting the runner, and Hamilton puts Texas on the scoreboard.
Normally, in a World Series, when a team has a bad break, like Ian Kinsler being picked off, you stop running. It's only normal. Not Elvis Andrus. He had 37 during the season. Off with the crack of the bat, scoring easily. And Hamilton to second base. Last night's gone right now for the Rangers.
Fastball tails back high on Michael Young. Now runner at second, 1 out. Last night the Rangers got a run in the first and missed a chance for more. Young was a part of that when he struck out with runners at the corners for the first out. Now he lines one into right. Berkman on the move, won't get there. Going around third and coming to the plate is Hamilton. Young has delivered an RBI double, and it's 2-0 Texas.
ball up and in to Michael Young. He fists it down the right field line for another double by the Rangers. Third hit in this inning. In fact, Carpenter hasn't retired anyone. Molina did.
3 hits and a walk. And a runner at second, 1 out. 2-0 Texas in the first. And a strike hits the inside corner to Beltre. Beltre's had a nice series and a productive postseason. That 3-homer game in the division series against the Tampa Bay Rays. He has hit 2 home runs in this World Series, including 1 last night off the end of the bat, strike 2.
And one of those on a curveball from Chris Carpenter. We talked about the curveball. Chris Carpenter threw 7 curveballs his first outing. The last time he faced the Rangers, he threw 25 curveballs out of 101 pitches.
Here's an 0-2. A strikeout for round number 2. And with Nelson Cruz coming up, we'll go down to Ken Rosenthal for an update on the injuries from Game 6.
Joe, Nelson Cruz did not receive any injection. He's going on World Series adrenaline with that groin. He hit several balls out in batting practice, and I asked him, how are you doing? After he was done, he said, did you see me? Now for the Cardinals, Matt Holliday out with a sprained right wrist. His replacement, Adrian Chambers, was in a TGI Fridays with his girlfriend, ordering bacon and potato soup when he saw the news flash across the TV, added to the World Series roster.
So he is available on the bench tonight. As a strike hits the outside part to Nelson Cruz from Carpenter. We saw the big ERA of over 7 in the first inning for Carpenter. Then he's had the ability to settle down. After that, he's given up 2, a chance for more, and that's ball 1.
How can Chambers be in a TGIF Fridays when he should be in a J Bucks here in St. Louis?
Oh, hey. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it clean. Runner at second, 2 out. Here comes a 1-1. That is a tester for Freese. The pick up, the throw, and the inning is over. But the Texas Rangers trying to put last night out of their memory, get 2 in the first half inning here in Game 7. And by Taco Bell, think outside the bun. Staying with that theme, here is the Taco Bell starting lineup. Think outside the bun. The Cardinals have Ryan Theriot on the leadoff spot. For the first time this postseason, his first start since Game 3. He's about to walk in. Then Alan Craig, Albert Pujols, Lance Berkman, David Freese, Yadier Molina. Rafael Furcal is batting 7th. He's been the leadoff man. Schumacher is in center, and then pitching is Chris Carpenter batting 9th. Here are the numbers this postseason: an ERA over 5 for the young left-hander Matt Harrison. Tim will give the scouting report after Theriot does something, and nope, you're going to do it now.
Yeah, okay. Well, it could be wild early. We can tell early. Double play is an ally. He led the majors in inducing double plays, and never a start like this, and that's stating the obvious.
Here's a pitch up and away to Ryan Theriot. We'll watch and see if he is high early and a little bit wild. Theriot is 2 for 18 since the division series, when he hit well against the Phillies, and the count's 1-1. Cardinals have hit just .245 in this World Series. They came alive late last night. Here's a 1-1. Up and away, ball 2. Cardinal hitting coach Mark McGwire and everybody for Texas available in their bullpen except Colby Lewis. So C.J. Wilson, their #1 starter, is available if needed. Theriot grounds to Kinsler, who led off with a base hit for Texas, and there have the first 1 out. And now we look at the Texas defense. Murphy in left, Hamilton in center, Nelson Cruz is in right. Around the infield, Beltre, Andrus, Kinsler, and Michael Young. The catcher is Napoli, and he is trying to guide Matt Harrison through this start. Here's Alan Craig, who homered last night against Derek Holland.
We asked Wash before the game, obviously, about Mike Napoli. The question was, is there any part of his body that's not hurting? Washington said no. Talk about a fabulous postseason and World Series. That twisted ankle that Joe talked about in last night's game, he has just been spectacular.
Here's a 1-0. Alan Craig takes a strike, a ball and a strike. By the way, we are preempting regular programming tonight. Kitchen Nightmares and Fringe are preempted to this Game 7. They will be back all new next Friday. Here's a fly ball into right center, and going to get it to his left is Hamilton. 2 out. And the batter will be Albert Pujols with the bases empty, 2 down here in the first. Tony La Russa talked to his team before the game individually. It was not a meeting, but he went around to one guy after another and said, you're going to have to do yourselves a favor and compartmentalize last night's thrilling Game 6 win. You have to put it somewhere else in your mind, because how many times have you seen it? A team just comes gliding into a critical game after a big win, and they get beaten up, which is Tony La Russa's biggest fear here tonight. Here's a 1-0. See good velocity from Matt Harrison, 95, but high. It's 2-0. Berkman is hitting cleanup again tonight. And everybody's moved up a spot after that because of the absence of Matt Holliday.
Since the Cardinals trail by 2, Pujols will be taking here.
And he takes a walk. It'll bring in Lance Berkman. And it was Lance who last night tied the game in the 10th. With a 2-out RBI hit. And they have learned to love the long-time rival to the Cardinals while with Houston, Lance Berkman. Ball 1.
5 in a row by Harrison.
Berkman hit only 4 home runs batting right-handed this year. 2-0. That is 7 straight missing out of the hand of Matt Harrison. Three and one. Here comes David Freese.
Number 23, third baseman, David Freese.
Mike Maddox out to talk to Matt Harrison. I think he's talking to him about clearing that right hip. When you block yourself out, everything is to the left side of the plate from the pitcher's standpoint. When you clear that hip, that allows you to throw the ball inside.
What Freese did last night, first player in World Series history to have a game-tying RBI in the 9th, game-winning RBI in extra innings. 2-run triple in the 9th. And a winning home run in the 11th. Pretty good pitch, called ball 1. Freese with 19 RBIs during this postseason. Biggest one, his last one. Inside corner of ball and a strike. Local product, David Freese, Lafayette High School. And then Merrimack. 1-1. 2-1.
3 pitches inside, 2 have missed. We talked about David Freese and Alan Craig. Both like the ball out over the plate. Both have good power the other way, as Freese showed in his last 2 at-bats last night.
Good change of pace from Harrison, 2-2.
After 3 fastballs, an 83-mile-an-hour changeup. Good one.
Rangers got 2 in the first. Cardinals have 2 on in their half. As hard as Harrison's thrown this inning. Fouled straight back. While they visit on the mound, we will look back to Game 6 and David Freese and give you our State Farm recap. Get to a better state, brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. Here's that big 9th inning, 2-out, 2-strike, 2-run triple, then a game winner. All of that following that error. That bounces in a full count, and that means that the runners will go. Texas bullpen. Runners go on a shot into left center field. This is going to tie it. David Freese, what a roll. 2-2 in the first.
David Freese on a changeup inside. His last 3 at-bats. A triple to tie, a home run to win, a double to tie.
Now it's Molina. C.J. Wilson is getting loose.
Excuse me, Joe, we talked about it in last night's game. If hitters walk, they score.
And it was back-to-back walks with 2 out. And then running the count full, which helped start the runners, and 2 scored on the double by David Freese. Now Molina. Whoa. That changeup got away. 1 ball, 1 strike. C.J. Wilson is a starter, but a former closer. He was used to coming out of the bullpen, but he has not done that for 2 seasons now. Molina flies 1 to center. At the track, at the wall. It's caught by Josh Hamilton to end the inning. Man, it's a thrill a minute in this series. Every time you turn around, somebody's chasing a ball down or plugging a gap or hitting a home run or what's next? Tied after 1 in Game 7. 35 games in World Series history for Game 7. The home team has won 20 of them. They've won 8 straight, and the last time a home team lost, 1979 Baltimore to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Strike one to Mike Napoli, bottom 3 in the lineup for each side. Each pitcher gets a do-over. 1 ball, 1 strike. Napoli is on his way to being the MVP of this World Series with what he's done with the bat, his arm, his mind calling games, the presence he has been at the bottom of the lineup for the Rangers really all postseason. That's just outside, ball 2. He has 10 of the 28 RBIs that the Rangers have as a team in this World Series. That is a base hit into left. And he just keeps on hitting. Over to cut it off is Craig. And Napoli is on to start the second. Here's what he's done. Three homers, 15 RBIs. And within that, 2-10 in the World Series. And he's on with nobody out here in the second, with Murphy up now and the pitcher Matt Harrison on deck. Ball 1 outside.
The thing about Napoli, he spread it around too. Hitting pitchers for home runs, for an average, throwing out base runners. Getting Matt Holliday his last victim at third last night.
That makes it 2-0 from Carpenter. We talked to Chris prior to last night's game in case there would be a Game 7 and in case he got the ball. And he said he learned something pitching for the first time on short rest in Game 2 of the divisional series at Philadelphia. It only lasted 3. That is foul. And he said, you know, I just had to realize that I had to pitch better with less stuff. By the time I, meaning Carpenter, figured it out, it was too late and he was out of the game. Since then, they threw that 3-hit shutout in Game 5 to clinch it. Won Game 3 of the NLCS, won Game 1 of the World Series, and was good in Game 5 of the World Series. That is not hard hit. The throw to second for the out, and the Cardinals get the lead man. With Furcal covering, 1 on, 1 out. We look at the numbers for Chris Carpenter. 6'6", 230-pounder with 8 wins in the postseason. Franchise record, he has not lost here at home. His ERA in the low 2s in his career pitching at Busch Stadium, whether here or next door.
Well, when you lack stuff, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're throwing your fastball slower. But it does mean that you're making more mistakes up in the strike zone. When you look at the hits, Josh Hamilton hit a high changeup, Michael Young a high fastball, and Mike Napoli a high hanger on the slider.
Jerry Lane is hearing it from Molina a bit. After that pitch was called ball 1. Harrison's up there to bunt. Period. Good RBI man on deck, and Kinsler, who drove home 2 last night. Crew chief is joined by Greg Gibson at first, Alfonso Marquez at second, Ron Kolpa at third, Ted Barrett down the left field line, and Gary Cederstrom had a good night behind the plate. He's in right.
Chris Carpenter continues to show he's going to have to be innovative in the early innings.
Here's the punt, and it is picked up by Pujols for out number 2. And a good bunt by Matt Harrison down to second. The go-ahead run, Napoli to Murphy with Ian Kinsler walking in. He singled his first time up. Those of you who care, the last time both teams scored in the first inning of a World Series Game 7, 1945.
Chicago Cubs, Detroit Tigers.
It's the last time the Cubs were in it.
Right.
Ball 1 to Ian Kinsler. Kinsler's had a nice series. Good postseason. 1-0 pitch inside. 2-0 on deck is Andrus. Kinsler was not good during the regular season away from Rangers ballpark. He's been good away from home during the postseason. 2-0 pitch. 3-0.
Chris Carpenter's stuff, and Dave Duncan knows it, is very flat tonight. No zip at the end. See, that's a flat slider. Ty out of the strike zone. He's been up in the strike zone. His breaking balls have been very flat. No bite.
And a 4-pitch walk puts Kinsler on. And here comes Dave Duncan. Chris Carpenter learned that he had to pitch better with less stuff. He will put that to the test here in Game 7. Cardinals have Loesch in their bullpen. They have Edwin Jackson in their bullpen, 2 starters. And then they have the full complement with Westbrook, Boggs, Dotel, Lynn, Salas, Mott, Zepchinski, and Rhodes.
Chris Carpenter's best friend in baseball is Doc Halladay of the Philadelphia Phillies. On December 1st, they're going to Brazil on a fishing trip and fish for peacock bass.
Will he be talking about the World Series win or that the Cardinals came so close? He beat Doc Halladay in Game 5 of the division series in Philadelphia to advance. Breaking ball is one of his better ones. Strike 1 to Andrus. A good Carpenter curveball. A chance for Elvis Andrus to get the lead again. Throw down to first and safe. Going second to third is Murphy. And they may have had Ian Kinsler if Pujols hung on. It was close.
Couldn't agree with you more. I think he's out. Pujols tried the slap tag. Watch, this is a design play. Molina with that cannon behind the plate. I think he would have been out. But Pujols tried the quick tag and missed it. Kinsler's already been picked off twice by Molina. Looked like Pujols' left foot impeded Kinsler getting in there.
It's an error on Pujols. It certainly looked like the first base umpire, Greg Gibson, was ready to punch him out, and then when the ball came out, gave the safe call. So this inning lives on for the Rangers, and Andrus has a chance to put Texas back on top. First and third, 2 out. Back to Carpenter. It was eventful, but it's still 2-2 as we go to the bottom of the second of game number 7. Sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, Tim, you got to get DirecTV. Told us last night you already have it.
I did, and I do.
It's Furcal leading it off, and a good breaking ball. Drops in from Matt Harrison. So Furcal, who is dropped in the order from the leadoff spot to 7th, gets to lead off in the 2nd. He is really struggling. In the hole here 0-2 and just 3 for 25 in this World Series. Taking big swings, and that's bothered La Russa as he looks at ball 1 up.
Yeah, he doesn't have the stature for a big swing. He's a small guy. Small guys should have a small triggering device. Furcal's been too long. That's what the players say. You hear that expression, I'm short to the ball. That means their triggering device isn't going back too far. Mark McGwire with a great triggering device during his career.
Here is a 2-2. And a little bit different hitter than Furcal. That misses up and away from Harrison, who walked 2 and then paid a price for it in the first. At Furcal 0-2, now it's a 3-2 pitch. Ground ball up the middle, base hit. Furcal is moved down the lineup, and that pays off here in the 2nd.
Andrus can't get to it.
Now it's Skip Schumaker.
Normally the sacrifice would be in order, but with the pitcher on deck, no way.
Schumacher's been swinging it well. 375 over his last 16 games. Since the 23rd of September, and mixed within that is a 471 average this postseason. Not active during the NLCS with a strained oblique. Just like the Rangers in the top of this 2nd, the Cardinals get a leadoff hit in the bottom of the 2nd. To the shortstop, Elvis Andrus, the 2nd out, over to first, got them both. Well turned, 6-4-3, and the bases are empty behind Matt Harrison.
Elvis Andrus knew that Schumacher's a fast runner. Gets the ball quickly to Kinsler, just out at first base. By the width of a shoelace.
And so with 2 out, nobody on, Carpenter is up there to swing the bat. He has 2 hits this postseason, had 11 during the regular year. Takes a strike. Rangers in the 3rd will have the big bats. Hamilton, Young, and Beltre. Everybody gets on Nelson Cruz. Ball 1. This postseason across baseball, of a possible 41 games that could have been played, 38 games could be played. Every division series went the distance except one. The AL and NLCS both went 6. That ends the inning, and that's strikeout number 1 for Matt Harrison as he tries to settle in. Images from Game 7, which rolls into the 3rd inning. Texas and St. Louis tied at 2. 7 of the World Series dedicated to the ongoing tornado relief efforts throughout the U.S. Join Major League Baseball and the Major League Baseball Players Association in supporting those in need. Visit hearttoheart.org and habitat.org to learn how you can get involved. And those, by the way, were members of the Joplin South Little League. Joplin just devastated during the summer. Here is an 0-1. And it's up and away from Carpenter. This could be an inning of opportunity for the Texas Rangers. And a tough frame for Chris Carpenter, who has struggled through 2. Strike 2 on Hamilton.
It's so important how a catcher and a pitcher handle a lineup. Meat of the lineup, the teeth of the lineup for the Rangers due up this inning.
2-2. Here's a 2-2. And a ground ball to the shortstop for Collins. Had to hurry, got his man. 1 out. And Hamilton did all he could, hustling down the line. As we talked about, 38 of the possible 41 games being played this postseason. And 13 of those previous 37 have been one-run games, which is the most all-time. So it's been tight. It's been dramatic. Last night, a one-run game. The Cardinals won in 11. Here's Young. Strike 1.
Every game in St. Louis has been a one-run game. None of them in Texas were one-run games.
But every game's been tight except for game 3.
Yeah.
16-7 Cardinal win. Otherwise, it has been a battle from beginning to end. Young chased it. Strike 2.
Way outside and low. Carpenter with a gift strike to Michael Young.
Here's a 1-2. Breaking ball is tapped foul. That caught some of the home plate umpire, Jerry Lane. So like a good home plate umpire will do, buy some time for the catcher to let the pain subside. Molina spends some time talking to the crew chief. Let his eyes stop watering. 1-2 pitch, 2 out. Strikeout number 2.
Good slider again off the plate to get Michael Young. Joe, we talked about one-run games. There is a one-man show on Broadway to give you the idea of the reach of the World Series here in the Heartland. Hugh Jackman is starring in a one-man show on Broadway. And last night, 3 times he interrupted the show to give the score of the Cardinals and Texas Rangers game. He came out the 3rd time from off stage and said, "We go to game 7. And he's an Aussie.
Unbelievable.
How about that?
Here is Beltre being hit by a pitch. See where it caught him. Hit him on the left elbow and then off the mask of Yadier Molina. It's a 2-out base runner. And now Nelson Cruz. Carpenter's given up 3 home runs in this series. Napoli a 2-run shot in game 1. And then solo home runs by Moreland and Beltre in game 5. Yadier Molina's already caught 1. He nearly caught another. He was thinking about firing behind Beltre at first there. Ball 1.
When Yadier Molina gets in the habit of throwing the bases, it's base runner beware night.
Doesn't matter where you are.
It does not matter.
Here's a fly ball into left. Cruz got under it. Hit his 8th home run of the postseason here last night to tie a record. This one a big swing, but outnumbered 3. Rangers have left 4, bottom of the 3rd. Tell Hugh Jackman we're tied 2-2. Matt Harrison ready to go in a 2-2 game, and he hits the inside corner as he is trying to settle in. Breaking ball got the inside part to Terrio, who grounded out to second his first time up. Batting leadoff first time this postseason, and he grounds to third, foul. Time for our Volkswagen Passat trivia question. How many of the 35 previous World Series deciding Game 7s were walk-off wins? Little did we know last night when we gave you our trivia question provided by Volkswagen about walk-off Game 6 wins. The answer was 3. If we ask the question next year, the answer will be 4. Terrio trying to dump one into right, and Cruz is there. 1 out. It was Fisk, Kirby Puckett. The last one was Freese and Joe Carter. Joe Carter taking Mitch Williams out of the yard. I'm sure Mitch loves it when I attach his name to that every time.
He's probably laughing about that right now. Very few times Mitch can laugh about that moment. But he's learned to accept it. Hey, big deal. As Chuck Tanner used to say, Chuck Tanner, the manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, used to say, you know the best thing next to winning a major league game? Losing a major league game.
At least you were there.
Yep.
Alan Craig took a ball. Now takes a strike over the inside corner. Harrison, after a wild first inning with back-to-back 2-out walks, first of which was to him, has settled down a bit. Here's a 1-1. Another good pitch, strike 2.
Matt Harrison, a lot more confidence in his off-speed stuff this inning. A little heavily amped in the first inning, certainly understandable.
14-game winner from the regular season fouled back. The Rangers are playing in the first playoff Game 7 in franchise history. Meanwhile, Tony La Russa, despite being in his 33rd year as a Major League manager, won 2 World Championships, is managing in his first World Series Game 7. He's been there before in the LCS. But now he is here where one game decides it all. 1-2. Outside. 2-2. Fades from memory once the next game starts, and that's the beauty of baseball, where you get your heart broken one night, even in the postseason. A lot of times you get to go right back out there the next night.
Well, specifically, Joe, I think what did it for the Rangers was scoring those 2 runs in the first inning. That erased last night. Now we have a new one.
3-2. Gregg hits it in the air to right. Back at the wall. The Cardinals have taken a Game 7 3-2 lead and a home run by Alan Craig.
Again, we talked about David Freese and Alan Craig. The power they have to right field. It's worth saying again, Alan Craig had to teach himself to pull the ball.
Here is Pujols, strike 1. Cardinals with their first lead of the night. Strike 2. Here it is again.
Watch where the pitch is. Out away. Full extension. Alan Craig with his second home run against Matt Harrison in the World Series.
Pujols went up to get that pitch. 95-mile-an-hour 0-2 delivery. It's still 0-2. Alan Craig suffered through a broken kneecap during the season. There was a time where La Russa liked what he was doing so much with the bat. The former third baseman that turned outfielder, they tried to cram into the lineup as their second baseman, where he made 8 starts. Pujols golfs it. Foul ball. And dropped by Michael Young. He has had a rough series at first base. Made 2 errors last night.
Not an easy play, but certainly catchable. And it wasn't the over-the-shoulder variety. And with a guy like Pujols up there, you don't want to give him a second chance.
We talked to Michael Young. He said the toughest position he's had to learn. He's played everywhere and been willing to do it as first base. Hard hit, broken back. And Beltre from a knee down to get it. 2 out. By the way, they did not give an error on that ball that Michael Young could not connect with down the right field side in foul territory. 2 out. Here's Berkman. was a nice play. One of the best players in franchise history, Michael Young. We go to the fourth. Alan Craig, a home run, and the Cardinals lead it. It's game 7, 3-2. Is sponsored by the all-new Volkswagen Passat. That's Das Auto. And by Chase. Don't get shortchanged. Get your cash back with Chase Freedom. Move into the fourth inning. Cardinals have their first lead on the home run by Alan Craig. He was hit 2 in this World Series against Matt Harrison. Here's Napoli, bottom 3 in the lineup for Texas. Breaking ball drops in for strike 1, and C.J. Wilson is getting loose again. Second time he's been up. He got up in the first.
Pitcher due up third in this inning.
Strike 2 from Carpenter.
2 straight curveballs, and perhaps the best curves that Carpenter has thrown tonight. He struck out Napoli his last start in game 5 on 2 curveballs. See if he goes back out there with the hook.
He does, and he gets him. Strikeout number 3.
3 straight curves. That's Napoli.
1 out in the fourth this week on Fox NFL Sunday. Drew Brees and the Saints are here in St. Louis to take on the Rams. So the Cardinals battle the Ravens, Vikings, Panthers, Lions, and an interesting matchup against Tim Tebow and the Broncos. The Redskins taking on the Bills in Toronto. Strike 1 on Murphy. Coverage begins this week with the Built Ford Tough Fox NFL Sunday pregame show. Noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And in that pregame show, we understand our own John Lynch has a sit-down interview with Tim Tebow, who was a comeback winner as the starter last week over Miami. John Lynch knows about this game of baseball. Was a pitcher at Stanford with Mike Messina. And threw harder than Messina. Talented athlete. We're glad he is in the Fox family. 2 balls and a strike 1 out, nobody on. Murphy bounced into a force out his first time. Now chops one to Pujols. Feeds Carpenter, 2 out.
A little more uneventful than the last time Chris Carpenter covered first base on a little lob from Albert Pujols in game 1. At least he's on his feet this time.
Not
diving.
Last time it was a face full of dirt.
Yeah.
His right hand exposed to the spikes of Elvis Andrus. Kind of an awkward step on the bat by Carpenter, who now has the luxury of dealing with Harrison, who was 0 for 9 this season during interleague play. The base is empty. Strike one. One ball, 2 strikes. Cardinals will have Freese, Molina, and Furcal. The bottom of this 4th inning. Harrison won't go easily. Matt Harrison was drafted by Atlanta in 03, and he was part of that big deal pulled off by John Daniels. Young John Daniels coming to Texas with Neftali Feliz, the closer, Elvis Andrus, the starting shortstop, and Jared Saltalamacchia, the catcher. Inning is over. That was from Mark Teixeira back in July of 07. We are in game 7. Texas jumped out to a 2-0 lead. Now 3-2 Cardinals after 3.5 on a chilly night in St. Louis. World Series at bats for David Freese. Game-tying triple with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the 9th inning last night. The home run to win it. And a game-tying 2-out, 2-run double in the first. So he has moved up to the number 5 spot. A ball and a strike. Freese is now hitting better than .464 here at home during this postseason. Strike 2. Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal. Ken?
Joe, last night after the game, the Cardinals brought Freese into a conference room inside their clubhouse. Waiting was Jim Edmonds, Freese's boyhood hero and a guy that he was traded for in December 2007. Now, Edmonds was there with his 5-year-old son Landon. Freese is Landon's favorite player, and Freese said that Edmonds actually got choked up by the moment. Edmonds, you remember, well, he had a pretty memorable Game 6 walk-off himself for the Cardinals. Game 6 of the 2004 NLCS.
That was against Houston, and there's David Freese. That was the, I guess, the during picture, and now the after a late night here at the ballpark. Landon all tucked in. And again, his dad, Landon's dad, Jim, who's still in the area and very visible, great guy, was traded for David Freese in December of '07. Bringing Freese back to the organization he grew up cheering for and starring at Lafayette High School. And look at the company. Now Freese is with Edmonds, forever linked, and Tim McCarver with extra inning home runs. Yours wasn't a walk-off.
No.
Did they even call them walk-offs back then?
I don't think so. That was the top of the 10th inning at Yankee Stadium. Right fielder, one of the more indelible memories, right fielder was Mickey Mantle. And to see number 7 tracking down a fly ball that you hit.
Here's a 2-0. Molina with a base hit into center. On with 1 out here in the 4th inning. Takes a wide turn, but a nice play by Hamilton. It's a single. And now for Furcal, who singled his first time up in his new position in this lineup. Trying to make the 7th spot lucky for the Cardinals in Game 7. He singled his first time. And a guy who, despite coming up with the Braves, playing with the Dodgers, was this year playing in his first World Series. Ball 1 low. Joe Torre told us a couple of years ago when Furcal came to the Dodgers, all those years he competed against Furcal and had seen him in early play, what have you. He had no idea how good of a player he really was and how much of a leader he was in the clubhouse and in the dugout.
Of course, you could see the talent when you're playing against somebody. You could see the arm, see the range at shortstop. But the leadership abilities and capabilities you have to manage to see.
See if the Cardinals get some action going on the bases by starting the runner.
Wouldn't be a bad idea right here, even though Molina can't run. Speed of the runner, however, has nothing to do with it, and this is the ideal hit and run count. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Pretty good pitch, called for ball 2. Now Scott Feldman gets loose. He pitched here last night. Big swing by Furcal, 2-2.
That's that big swing that we were talking about. Tony La Russa talks about. Small man, too big a swing.
Feldman is getting loose, but Harrison has Furcal up now in the left-handed hitting Schumacher on deck. 1 out in the inning, runner at first, and a base hit into right. Molina stops at second, 2 on, 1 out for the Cardinals in the 4th. And for Kyle, it is 2 for 2.
Yadier Molina saw the play that Nelson Cruz made in Game 4 of the American League Championship Series in the 8th inning, nailing Miguel Cabrera at home plate. And Yadi says, I'm not trying, Nelly.
Got a big bat, hits home runs. He's got a powerful arm. Nelson Cruz in right. And here's Mike Maddox out for the 2nd time tonight. He had a visit in the 1st, and now he's visiting Harrison in the 4th. Cardinals lead 3-2. And they have Schumacher at the plate. Bounced into a double play his first time up. Down and in, ball 1. On deck, the Cardinal pitcher, Chris Carpenter. Good pitch from Harrison, in on the hands, strike 1.
Harrison ties Skip Schumacher up with that fastball. Well, that's a good one. Right in on the waist. Don't want to throw that pitch down because all left-handers have to do is drop the bat head.
Here's a 1-1. On the outside corner, strike 2. Back-to-back good pitches from Matt Harrison. This will be the 70th pitch of the night for the Texas left-hander. Lead runner does not have good speed, Molina. Back to that pitch in on the hands. Harrison's 1-2 is outside, 2-2.
Outfielder for the Rangers shifted way around toward left field. David Murphy, the left fielder. Josh Hamilton playing Schumacher to hit the ball to left.
Broke his back and grounded 1 foul. That Tanner is a bat boy that thinks ahead. He had another bat just sitting right there. They didn't have to go to the dugout.
Yeah, baby.
That's just being postseason ready.
Yes, sir.
Counts 2-2, 2 on, 1 out. Broken bat. The only out at first, and the runners advance to second and third.
That bat broke in 3 pieces. One of those stayed in the hands, the right hand of Skip Schumacher, and the other part breaks in 2 pieces. Players refer to that as having their kitchen gotten into, and that thing was in the pantry.
They're still picking up pieces of that thing. Jerry Lane is going to give some to Ryan Theriot. Here's a toothpick. Well, this inning now is up to a battle between Harrison and Carpenter. Carpenter can handle the bat. He will be tested by the good stuff of Harrison, strike 1. There's at second and third, 2 out. Here in the 4th. Key for Harrison is to throw strikes, and the count evens 1-1.
Chris Carpenter has that little stroke to right field, right center, that he almost seems to try to place over the second baseman's head. Cardinal fans have seen him do it a lot.
That's ball 2. And if Harrison loses Carpenter, the right-handed hitting Theriot on deck. The right-hander Feldman getting loose. That could be it for Harrison. Here's a 2-1. The pop up into right. She didn't the inning. Nelson Cruz is there. Cardinals strand 2, have left 3 on the night. We've played 4. And it's 3-2 Cardinals into the 5th. Back after this from your local Fox station. The aforementioned and the man traded for David Freese as we go into the 5th inning here in Game 7. And the Cardinals lead it 3-2. Top of the order for each side will bat. That means Kinsler, Andrus, and Hamilton for the Rangers. And that's under the glove of Freese. Another hit for Ian Kinsler on base for the 3rd time tonight. And he went after that first pitch and got it by Freese.
Well, we talked about it in the first game. David Freese playing even with the bag and somehow continuing to anticipate a bunt by Ian Kinsler. He was burned in Game 1 as the first batter of the series and gets burned again right here. Game 7 with Kinsler's power, 1-run game. He's not bunting.
See how the Rangers want to play it now with Andrus at the plate. Time call.
Time.
Elvis has walked and scored and grounded back to Carpenter. Rangers have one stolen base in this World Series.
That's the only one by Kinsler.
In the 9th inning of Game 2. Ball is up and in as Andrus showed a bunt. Ball 1. On deck is Hamilton. He has an RBI double tonight. Then Michael Young, who has one as well.
So many ways that Ron Washington can go here with speed on the bases, contact hitter at the plate, and a favorable count of 1-0.
Was kicking himself for not paying more attention to Ian Kinsler when he stole that base in Game 2. It was against Mott and Molina. Now it's Carpenter.
That's because Tony La Russa calls most of the throwovers by Cardinal pitchers, relayed by Yadier Molina.
Bunt is foul. Strike 1. Kinsler's trying to get it started again. He had a leadoff hit in the first, then wandered too far. And was caught stealing as Molina threw behind him, walked, and was stranded in the second. Now he's on here in the 5th inning with a base hit, sharply hit into left.
I think the bunt's the least thing I would consider here. Carpenter's not throwing that hard. Andrus makes good contact. But now 2 strikes. Bunting again? I beg your pardon, 1 strike.
Count 2-1. See if Ron Washington changes it. He gets a little more aggressive.
Hold the ball. I think he will. Hold it. Hold it. That's a toss over from Tony La Russa.
Good enough to get Kinsler down to second, and the sacrifice is good with Carpenter feeding Theriot. The tying run is at second with 1 out here in the 5th. Hamilton coming up. Take a look at tonight's Chase Freedom Cashback players to watch. Last night, Josh Hamilton, his first home run in 83 at bats, first of the postseason. Tonight he has an RBI double. Last night, Albert Pujols got his first hit. It was a big one. His first hit since Game 3 when he had a 1-out double in the 9th inning. He scored the first of 2 runs. Ball 1 down and away. Don't get shortchanged. Get your cash back with Chase Freedom. Here's the tying run with 1 out. Wide ball 2-0. 70 pitches on short rest. Pitching into the 5th better than he did his first try at short rest when he pitched 3 at Philadelphia. Here's a 2-0. 2-1.
Carpenter zeroing in on that outside corner with that pitch.
And getting the call from Jerry Lane.
Right.
Ball 3.
You could hear Rafael Furcal saying back to Ian Kinsler.
Behind the runner with 1 out. A 3-1. Popped up left side, foul ball, make it out of play, and it is caught by Freese. Leaning over the railing for out number 2.
Joe, we talked about this in last night's game, that when you think a ball's going to be near the railing, get to the railing and make the play. You can always back off. And a good play, a fine play by David Freese. Very, very nice. Rafael Furcal falling down also. David Freese falling down and Furcal slipping right behind him.
Now Michael Young trying to do something with this leadoff hit by Kinsler. Tying run at second, 2 out. Strike one. Fastball at 93 all night. That missed up and in. A ball and a strike. Adrian Beltre on deck. Top of the order will bat for the Cardinals in the bottom of this fifth. Strike 2 and a good rip by Michael Young.
That was hittable. Ball in the fatter part of the plate. Good swing by Young. He missed it.
Fought off. Still 1-2. Inning over. Strikeouts and a nice defensive play in the inning to support Carpenter by David Freese. Halfway through game 7, the home team is up by 1. as good as it gets. A one-run game, Game 7 of the World Series. The Commissioner's Trophy will be presented at the end of the night. Will it be handed to a representative of the Cardinals for the 11th time? Or will the Rangers have their first in franchise history? Scott Feldman takes over and finds a strike zone with Theriot up. Allen Craig and Albert Pujols the next two. Feldman in relief of Harrison, who went 4, allowed 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeout, a home run. Late swing and a foul, strike 2 on Theriot. Theriot told Ken Rosenthal he couldn't sleep last night, got to the park at 1, and found out that he was not only in the starting lineup, but he was in the leadoff spot here in the most important game of the year.
Of his life.
The 0-2. Check swing foul. Former Cub. A brief while the Dodgers, and now in his first year in St. Louis. Spoiled the pitch to stay 0-2. There are the numbers for Matt. 77 pitches on the night. Got a 2-run lead in the first and then gave that right back with back-to-back walks and a 2-out 2-run double by Freese. The go-ahead home run hit by Craig in the third. Together by Theriot and Feldman. That's the bullpen for Texas last night in Game 6. 3 blown saves. Got another foul ball by Theriot.
Rangers and Cards have turned glaring weaknesses in their bullpens into perhaps overused riches here in the World Series. Cardinals 3-0 in the NLCS, and the Rangers 4-0 with excellent earned run averages.
And a different story here in the next one. It's over but low. Meanwhile, the one guy that it seems Ron Washington is hesitant to use is Alexi Ogando, who has really struggled last night, couldn't throw strikes. Broken back. Andrews to his left. Gets the out. 1-away. That will bring in Allen Craig. And Allen has hit 2. Against Harrison, his first at bat. Game 3. Against Harrison, his second at bat, Game 7. Product of the Cardinal farm system, digs in 1 for 2.
And also a product of the University of California, Berkeley, where he attended school. Scholastic All-Pac, Pac-10.
He did hit a home run last night off Derek Holland, which made it a 7-5 game, and he went deep in the 8th. It's Derek, who is in the bullpen and available again tonight. 0-2.
And at the time, you kind of figured, well, that helped the Cardinals. It inches them closer. But with that Texas bullpen, it's going to be tough to tie it. Well, the Cardinals did it twice. 9th, 10th, 1 at the 11th.
Tim, you were involved in 3 Game 7s in your career. Does it ever calm down and just turn into a regular game?
Are you kidding? It doesn't calm down even when I'm in the booth. No.
Here's the 3-0. A strike to make it 3-1.
Well, what you said about Ryan Theriot makes all the sense in the world, saying he couldn't sleep last night, gets to the park at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the way it goes in the postseason, but particularly the World Series.
Feldman backs off as Craig steps out. Counts 3-1 with Albert Pujols on deck. 1 out, nobody on. And that's a 1-out walk with Pujols coming up. The World Series on Fox is sponsored by Chevrolet. Thanks for making Chevrolet and baseball a part of America for the last 100 years. Pleasant night, all things considered, on the 28th of October and up above. Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. You call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV.
This is a key moment in this ball game right here. Feldman going after Pujols.
Good pitch to tie him up, strike 1.
That was not a hit and run, by the way, with Alan Craig at first base. Thrown out twice the other night. Good pitch from Feldman in on the hands. We did ask Tony La Russa if Albert Pujols would have the hit and run. He said absolutely, do anything he wants to do.
That didn't change after Game 5. Pujols up twice. Alan Craig was thrown out. Goes down, is caught stealing, but there's movement on the bases on a swing at the plate. First time against Agondo in the 7th, he couldn't swing. It was over his head. Strike 2. Berkman gets to turn around and bat left-handed. He's on deck. That is his power side. Led the big leagues in grounding into double plays. Pujols, the Cardinals set an NL record. That caught a piece of Pujols to put 2 on with 1 out. Just grazed him.
You can see Napoli setting up inside. And that one hit number 5 on his uniform.
That is considered a hit by pitch if it hits the jersey. It looked like that's all it got. So a bad break for the Rangers as Feldman was trying to work Pujols in. Now it's Craig at second, Pujols at first, 1 out for Lance Berkman.
Yeah, with the count 0-2, trying to come inside, get Pujols off the plate. And he came too far inside.
That is the pileup of people outside the stadium. Straightaway center field. Berkman 2 on, 1 out. Ball 1 inside. Some thought Berkman was finished after last year. C.J. Wilson gets loose again. His numbers were down. He went to the Yankees, did not make a big impact. Cardinals put him back in the outfield, and what a season he had. An all-star in 2011. He's up on the count here, 2-0. Chopper on the right side, going to be a tough play. Feldman gets there, and the runners advance to second and third. 2 out, and a big out for Scott Feldman.
Because he fell behind Berkman and throws the sinker to get the ground ball. Young completes the play to Feldman.
And now with Freeze up, we'll see if the Rangers want to put him on. With as hot as he's been and deal with Molina, or come after the Cardinal third baseman.
Or work him inside. The weakness of David Freeze. We talked about it during the series about how he likes the ball out over the plate. But after the ALCS, Ron Washington, kiddingly but seriously, telling us that he's not sure his pitchers could pitch around a lot of hitters. And when he has that feeling about him, he puts up four fingers. Put him on. We'll see.
We're going to put him on to load him up. Test Molina, who had a career year swinging the bat. Chant.
That's establishing a lot of credibility at a very young age for David Freeze.
Molina has a hit tonight. He has 7 RBIs in this World Series, 10 on the postseason. At one point, his manager Tony La Russa said, "I don't care if he hits 0. He's going to be my catcher for what he does behind the plate." Well, he hit 305, career high 14 home runs, career high 65 RBIs this season. Bases loaded, 2 out. Craig at third, Pujols at second, Freeze at first. Ball 2. Strike 1. Again, the ball hasn't left the infield. The Cardinals have the bases loaded, 2 out, and a 3-1 count on Molina. That'll bring Molina back to the plate with a full count.
One of those good break, bad break pitches. And the good break for the Cardinals, it starts the runners. The bad break is it doesn't play to run.
Three-two pitch. To make it 4-2. A bases loaded walk. And the Cardinals lead by 2.
How about that expression by Mike Napoli? Wanting that pitch for a strike. Watch his body language.
Here comes Ron Washington. Furcal is coming up. Right on the edge. Feldman is gone. C.J. Wilson coming in. Cardinals have the bases loaded, 2 out, up by 2. Forced home a run with his 3rd walk of the inning, also hit a batter. It's 4-2, and now C.J. Wilson, who has tied a record for the most walks in a single postseason. Tied a record set by Jared Wright back in '97. Wright of the Indians takes over, and there is no room to put anybody. Rafael Furcal is 2 for 2 in the number 7 spot. C.J. Wilson, the former closer for the Rangers, who saved as many as 24 games in a season, hits Furcal to make it 5-2.
The last thing anybody in this ballpark and across this country was thinking was that a sailing fastball to hit Rafael Furcal in the hip, and the Cardinals score another.
Now it's Schumacher, 8th man to bat in the inning. Ball has not left the infield. Ball 1. Two hit batsmen in the inning, including Pujols, who scored on a hit by pitch with Furcal at the plate. Breaking ball for a strike, and it's 1-1. Schumacher's 0 for 2.
Let's go, CJ!
That's strike 2. C.J. Wilson trying to hold it right here and keep his team in the game. And a strikeout ends it as the Cardinals come up with 2. They've stranded 6. We've played 5. And the Cardinals lead the Rangers by 3. Largest and most reliable wireless network by Sherlock Holmes, A Game of Shadows in theaters December 16th. And by Chevrolet. Thanks for making Chevrolet and baseball a part of America for the last 100 years. Here's Adrian Beltre dealing with Chris Carpenter. A strike hits the outside corner. Beltre, Cruz, and Napoli. 6th inning of a 5-2 game. Strike 2.
Well, right on the corner with both cut fastballs.
Here's Cruz. He is next. Here's an 0-2. Back to Carpenter. And just past the top of the hour as we give you our Sherlock Holmes 2-game summary. David Freese, off the emotional game 6, tied the game in the first inning with a 2-out, 2-run double. Then Alan Craig with a go-ahead home run in the third. A bases-loaded walk made it 4-2, and Furcal was hit to make it 5-2. And the Cardinals, without benefit of a hit, got 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th. Cruz takes the ball down and away. Nelson's 0 for 2. Went deep last night. Has done so 8 times this postseason to tie a record. Late swing and a foul. Strike 1.
The Rangers have 11 outs with which to score 3 runs while holding the Cardinals down.
Carpenter deserves credit for settling into this game after that really the rough first inning and second, although he gave up just 1 hit in the second. Here's a fly ball into left. Back at the track. Alan Craig will leap and make the catch. 2 out.
Getting to the fence, jumping. The ball would have been out had he not made the catch. Or hit the top of the fence. Exchanging leather for a run.
I think your initial call was right. I think that ball was gone.
I think so.
That look was the best, most definitive. Here's Napoli. As Carpenter's 1 out away from pitching 6 innings here tonight. So Craig is homered here tonight. Remember, he started because of the injury last night to Matt Holliday. He's homered, now took 1 away. Napoli is saying, wait. Now, that pitch from Feldman, he's saying that's the same pitch. The pitch from Feldman to Yadier Molina was that same pitch. Now it's a strike.
Exactly what he's saying.
And the count's 1-1. Molina tried to frame it. Ball 2. Nobody knows better than Napoli, who's been receiving 3 pitchers for the Rangers so far tonight. Fly ball into right. Berkman is there to win the inning. And Carpenter has a 1-2-3 6th. Bottom of the 6th. What a catch by Craig. Due up 3rd in this inning. Went up to get it. Cardinals up by 3. The most storied conferences in college football culminate their seasons with 2 epic championship games for the first time in their history. And we'll be there back-to-back nights. Pac-12 championship game is Friday, December 2nd. And the Big Ten championship game Saturday, December 3rd. Both games are only on Fox Sports. Tim, it was interesting that during the break, Nick Punto came into the on-deck circle, and it looked like he was going to bat for Carpenter to start the inning. And then after Wilson took the majority of his warm-up tosses, Carpenter came out to the on-deck circle. They brought Punto back, and they want Carpenter to go back for the 7th.
And I think Carpenter had something to do with the fact that he's going back for the 7th.
He went down to get his bat, and he's set up at 0-2. While his body is in the batter's box, his mind is on the top of the 7th. 1 out. Game here in the bottom of the 6th, and here is Theriot. The Geico in-game box score. Theriot got the start, leading off. He's hitless. Alan Craig has hit a home run and taken 1 away. Albert Pujols has scored twice. One of the times thanks to a 2-out 2-run double by David Freese. Yadier Molina with an RBI, bases loaded walk. Not only is Furcal 2 for 2, but he was hit by a pitch. Force homer run in that 2-run 5th. C.J. Wilson. This is low. C.J. is due up 2nd in the 7th. So this will be it for C.J. He hit the first man he faced with the first pitch with the bases loaded for Call last inning to force homer run. Then a strikeout and ground out now starts the inning. The count 2-0 on Theriot. Is grounded out 2 times and fly to right. Into center field, and Hamilton to his right gets to it, 2 out. And it's time for a Nikon 1 replay, and it's Alan Craig with that catch up at the very top of the wall in the top of this 6th inning. You make the judgment. Would it have been out? Probably bounced on out.
I think so.
Carpenter appreciated the effort for a guy who was also homered, walked, scored twice. The hitting hero in game 1 with a base hit for an RBI off the bench against Alexio Gondo. He did it again in game 2, then homered in game 3. He's homered tonight, homered last night. So 2 of the hitting heroes are Alan Craig and David Freese. Berkman's had a very good World Series. As Arthur Rhodes gets loose. Pujols had that monster game 3. A big 1-out double last night in the 9th. Here's a 1-1. Strike 2. Talk about Carpenter on short rest. C.J. Wilson made the start against Carpenter on Monday night.
It's interesting that Arthur Rhodes is throwing with David Murphy, the left-handed batter, leading off in the 7th inning because Carpenter has already hit in this inning. Maybe he's just up throwing. I would think so, instead of warming up to come in the game.
Count even on Craig, 2-2. Rhodes did not pitch in game 6. pitch in Game 5. He has not been out there for a while.
Since Game 2, since giving up that sacrifice fly by Josh Hamilton.
Here's a 2-2. Craig strikes out. And a perfect inning from C.J. Wilson sends Game 7 into the 7th. 5-2 St. Louis. Back after this from your local Fox station. Wagon Passat trivia question. How many of the 35 previous World Series deciding Game 7s were walk-off wins? The answer, 5. 24, Earl McNeely, 12th inning double, the Senators. Bill Mazeroski with a home run over the Yankees in 1960. Gene Larkin with that bases loaded single in the 10th inning off Alejandro Pena in 91. Here is Murphy as Carpenter finds strike one. And now Octavio Dotel has joined Arthur Rhodes, Renteria in 97, and then Luis Gonzalez beating Rivera and the Yankees in 01. Breaking ball is in for a strike from Carpenter, who may have talked his way back into the game after the Cardinals initially sent a pinch hitter to the on-deck circle. That is rocketed down into the corner. One hop out of play, a ground rule double. And a good start to this 7th inning for the Rangers, down 3.
And a bad start for a hanging curveball from Chris Carpenter. An 0-2 curveball right in the middle of the plate, just crushed down the right field line by David Murphy.
And with that, Endy Chavez will bat.
The bunt, always a possibility from Chavez.
And that's it for Carpenter, who goes 6+. And this crowd will let him hear it. Deficit to force a thrilling Game 6 win tonight. As we're in the 7th, it's the Rangers down by 3, and Arthur Rhodes will deal with Jurvit Torrealba, who's going to bat for Chavez, who was batting for C.J. Wilson.
Rhodes coming into the game to face Andy Chavez, so in effect Arthur Rhodes is pitching to 2 hitters, not Chavez but Torrealba as a pinch hitter for Chavez, and that will be it. Then Dotel will be in the game to pitch to Ian Kinsler.
Carpenter gets into the 7th inning as Torrealba waits and takes a strike. Arthur Rhodes is in his 20th season in Major League Baseball and his first World Series. He's designated by assignment by these Texas Rangers in August. So he started the year with Texas. He ends it pitching against him in the World Series, and he misses high for ball 1.
So he gets a World Series ring either way.
Like Benji Molina last year.
Right.
Molina started last year with the Giants, ended with the Texas Rangers. Here comes a 1-1. Torrealba flies one into center. Schumacher is there. Murphy tags but does not go anywhere. 1 out. Torrealba skies one into center. Ian Kinsler will not face Rhodes. He will deal with Dotel. So Tony La Russa diving into that bullpen. Octavio Dotel into the action with the Cardinals up by 3 in the 7th. One pitches, gets into the 7th inning. Arthur Rhodes, a nice job. You go from a guy who's been in the big leagues for 20 years to a reliever who's been with 12 major league teams, which ties a record, and he is involved in his first World Series. And he will deal with Ian Kinsler, who's been on base 3 times. And then Elvis Andrus with Zepchinski getting loose in case Hamilton comes up. in a big spot here in the 7th.
Octavio Dotel, his 5th World Series appearance. He was the loser in Game 5 when Michael Young doubled the right center to lead off that 8th inning. He ultimately scored on that ball hit by Napoli, and Dotel took the loss.
Last team to come back from a 3-run deficit to win Game 7, the 86 Mets, which is kind of a footnote in history after the Red Sox, Bill Buckner play at first base, lost Game 6. They had a lead and blew that in Game 7. Runner at second, 1 out. The batter is Kinsler. 2 singles and a walk against Carpenter. Kinsler red hot. Takes a strike. It appears Mike Adams will be on the mound for the Rangers in the bottom of this 7th with Pujols, Berkman, and Freese coming up. Here is an 0-1 from Dotel. A bunt in the air. Strike 2.
With the Rangers 3 runs down, he saw Freese back. Freese was in earlier. Base hit shot by him. We talked about Game 1. Now the Rangers are trailing by 3 where the bunt's a good play, but you can see David Freese back at third base. So if you're David Freese, you don't know where to play Ian Kinsler.
Well, now he can go back with 2 strikes. Runner at second, 1 out in the 7th. And a big swing by Kinsler. A foul is the result.
Gives you an idea of the ferocity of those foul tips. Watch Benji Molina. Yadi Molina.
And the count's still 0-2. Runner at second, 1 out. Dotel. 2 out.
Good fastball from a fastball hitter, and one guy in this part very, very happy. The starter, Chris Carpenter.
Now it's Elvis Andrus. We've mentioned this before. When the Cardinals made their trade in that 3-way deal with the White Sox and the Blue Jays in July, everybody looked at the player the Cardinals gave up, Colby Rasmus, and said, how can they give up on such talent that's so young? That's inside 2-0. But what it brought the Cardinals was not only Edwin Jackson, who was a starter to help solidify the rotation, but Mark Zemchinski, who may someday be a starter, and he's been invaluable out of the bullpen for La Russa, and the guy on the mound, Octavio Dotel, who doesn't seem to get any older. 2-1. He's still got great stuff, a nasty slider, and he can get big outs. He's been good for the morale in that Cardinal bullpen if you talk to the guys down there. Counts 2-1.
And one way or the other, this is Dotel's last hitter as Zemchinski is warming.
John Mozeliak, the Cardinal GM. Here comes a 2-1. 3-1. And if Andrus can get on base, the reigning AL MVP will get a chance to bat, representing the tying run.
And he'll do it against Zemchinski.
The 3-1 pitch. Fly it into center, should end the inning. And it's time to stretch as Dotel does his job. And Chris Carpenter was terrific here tonight on short rest for the St. Louis Cardinals. The frustration by Elvis Andrus, who slammed down his bat, then his helmet. The reaction by Dotel. And it's 5-2 into the bottom of the 7th as we join public address announcer John Hewlett for the introduction of God Bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the singing of God Bless America. We are being led by Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter and Missouri native David Nail.
God bless America, land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Lead it off in the bottom of this 7th inning. And his World Series game number 3. 3 home runs, 5 hits, 6 RBIs, 14 total bases, all tied or set World Series single game records. He has only one other hit that came last night, but it was big, a 1-out double in the 9th inning when the Cardinals scored 2 on the triple by Freese to tie it. And again, and it seems like it's been said 20 times, but this could be the last at bat as a Cardinal for Albert Pujols, a free agent to be.
We said it 3 times last night.
They said it at the end of the regular season. Breaking ball from Adams, strike 1. Mentioned last night the 45-second standing ovation on the 25th of September against the Cubs. And they did it in the division series against Philly, and then they did it in the series against the Brewers in the NLCS, and then last night. Here he is again. Here's the 0-1. Strike 2. Everyone standing even across the street, trying to get a peek from the top of that garage out beyond the center field wall. Here is an 0-2. Another foul. Pujols tonight has walked and scored, been hit by a pitch and scored. Difference, really the difference in this game, the breathing room came in the 5th for the Cardinals when they scored 2 without a hit. 3 walks and 2 hit batsmen.
Yeah, walk with the bases loaded, a hit batsman with the bases loaded.
Otherwise, this is a 1-run game. We are in the 7th, and we are in the 7th. Here's the 0-2. Off the end of the bat.
The Rangers, meanwhile, scored 2 in the top of the 1st, and since then have had only 4 base runners over the following 6 innings.
Everybody taking their pictures on cell phones, cameras wondering if this is it. What's it going to be here in the 7th inning, leading off? A strikeout from Mike Adams, 1 away.
What a good job by Adams. He fed Pujols everything. Sliders away and struck him out on that sinking fastball inside. As the flash bulbs go off.
1 out in the 7th. And the batter will be Lance Berkman. Cardinals have Lance Lynn getting loose. Lance last night gave up 3 runs. An inning and 2/3 when he allowed 2 home runs. And later an inherited runner scored by Dotel, an inherited runner he had taken from Lynn. Ball 1 down and into Berkman. The end of the bat under the glove of Adams. Safe with 1 out. And Elvis Andrus did all he could.
Mike Adams falling to the first base side off the end of the bat under the glove of Adams, barehanded by Andrus, not in time.
One out for David Freese. Was intentionally walked his last time up. That led to the bases loaded walk for the RBI by Molina. And Furcal was hit by a pitch to make it 5-2.
That, by the way, was the first intentional walk of the year for David Freese.
Ball 1 down and in. It's something we mentioned at the beginning of this World Series. Remember that home field advantage is tied to the winning league in the All-Star game. It was C.J. Wilson who gave up a home run to Prince Fielder. Of all people, Prince Fielder basically provided with that swing home field advantage for the Cardinals in this World Series. Rangers won 2 of 3 in Arlington. Won 1 of 2 here. C.J. Wilson gave it up. Cardinals trying to sweep the last 2 and hand Texas back-to-back losses for the first time since the 24th and 25th of August. That's how long it's been. It's inside. Ball 2.
About 2.5 weeks after the All-Star break was the trading deadline, and the Texas Rangers went out and made some deals, one of whom was Mike Adams. And his teammate Heath Bell of the San Diego Padres was expected to be traded. He wasn't. But in the All-Star game, he did slide into the mound in the 8th inning.
Here's a 2-0. Freese took the ball. Pretty good pitch. 3-0.
Heath Bell, one of the great guys in the game, but he stayed with San Diego, and here Mike Adams is in the World Series. As the slider is just low.
Runner at first, 1 out, and a 3-run 7th inning lead for St. Louis. 3-0 pitch on its way from Mike Adams to David Freese. Strike 1. Berkman draws a throw. Another throw over, and Berkman with a smaller lead gets back easier. There goes Berkman. Pitches inside for ball 4, and it's 2 on with 1 out.
The one thing a catcher wants with the 3-2 count on the hitter with a runner on at first base is a quick call from the home plate umpire. If you don't get one, then you're inclined to make the throw anyway. Napoli could not take the chance that that pitch may have been a strike. He completes the play, but it was inside.
Michael Gonzalez gets loose for the Rangers in their pen. We look ahead to Fox NFL Sunday this week with a 1-on-1 between John Lynch and Tim Tebow. New starter in Denver. Good matchups. It's this Sunday. Tonight has a bases loaded walk for an RBI and a base hit. 1 for 2. Rangers have handed out 41 walks in this World Series. That is the most in a single World Series. Cardinals as a franchise are 7-3. World Series Game 7.
First one, 1926. First time they won a World Series against the vaunted New York Yankees. We talked about it the other night. Babe Ruth making the last out of the clinching game when the Cardinals won it by being thrown out at second base. Bob O'Farrell was the catcher that year.
2 on, 1 out, 1 ball, no strikes. Up the middle, a base hit. Here comes Berkman. Hamilton's throw is cut off. Partially another run. And it's 6-2 in the 7th.
Molina's second hit and second RBI of the game.
Trying to win his second ring. He's played in more World Series now than his brothers, trying to tie his brothers with 2 World Series rings. Strike 1 to Rafael Furcal. A single, a walk, and a single, and it's a 4-run game in the 7th. Kyle's had a nice night. 2 hits. He was hit by pitches last time and almost got hit on the left leg that time. Schumacher on deck, the lefty, and Gonzalez still getting loose. Bit down, 2-1. Now the lead man is Freese, who does not run well. Same can be said about Molina at first. Still just 1 out of the inning. Good pitch by Adams, strike 2. Ranger bullpen that was so good in the division series and then certainly in the ALCS against Detroit has had a rough go in this World Series. Last night, tonight. Games 2 and 3. 2-2. Now Furcal in a battle with Adams. Gondo was the big equalizer coming into this World Series. The Cardinals figured him out. Here's a 2-2. Slow chopper. Young flips for out number 2. And now with Schumacher coming up, we'll see if Gonzalez is coming in. Runners on at second and third, 2 out, bottom of the 7th, and that's going to be it for Mike Adams. He allows a run on 2 hits, a walk in 2/3 of an inning. Will give way to Michael Gonzalez. So as Gonzalez comes in, some of the images from this game 7. They're sensing it in St. Louis as they lead by 4 in the 7th. Seventh inning in a 6-2 St. Louis lead. Welcome inside our broadcast booth. I'm Joe, that's Tim, and this World Series, heck, this postseason has not disappointed in this game. It's an interesting one here in Game 7.
Yeah, it is, Joe, and I think that graphic we pointed out in this last half inning about the 41 walks, a World Series record, and over the last 2 games in particular, the wildness of the relievers and the starters for Texas has bitten them.
Skip Schumacher batting with second and third, 2 out against Gonzalez. Quickly in the hole, 0-2. Frees the runner at third. Molina, who has an RBI hit in this inning against Mike Adams, is at second. Schumacher trying to add to a 4-run lead. Takes it right down the middle. Gonzalez fooled him. The Cardinals get another run as we go to the 8th inning of Game 7. The Rangers are coming to the plate with a lot of work to do. Down by 4. The eighth inning of a 6-2 game, and aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Lance Lynn is into the action. Fourth pitcher of the night. And he delivers a strike to Josh Hamilton, who's 1 for 3. Does have 2 wins last night, as I mentioned, allowed 3 runs in an inning and 2/3. A ball and a strike. Michael Young will follow, then Adrian Beltre. Here comes a 1-1. Strike 2.
Anyone who followed last night's game, when Josh Hamilton hit that home run, the 2-run shot in the 10th inning, I bet 90% of baseball fans out there thought the game was over. I know I did.
He's jammed and can barely get down the line. 1 out.
I think everybody had the mindset that, well, the Cardinals had tied the Rangers in that 9th inning. But now the decisive blow, the Josh Hamilton 2-run home run, but the Cardinals said, tied it again in the 10th and won it in the 11th.
Think of where these Rangers are, where they were last night 2 times.
Yeah.
With a 2-run lead in the 9th and the 10th. And in each inning, 1 strike away from their first world championship in franchise history.
Agonizing.
It took them 5 games last year. They could not get in front of the San Francisco Giants. A strike to Michael Young. And if they lose here tonight, they become the 12th team to lose back-to-back World Series. Last 3 since 61. The Yankees in the early 60s. 63, 64. The Dodgers at the end of the 70s, and the Braves at the beginning of the 90s. Go back to 1925 to find the last time a team in Game 7 came back by this much to win the ball game. Here's a 2-1 and a pop-up. Right side in foul ground. Albert Pujols squeezes out number 2. And if you are just joining us, we are in Game 7 of a phenomenal World Series. On the heels of one of the most unforgettable games any of us have ever seen last night in Game 6. Rangers got on the board tonight first, trying to erase that memory from last night. But since the 2 in the first inning, they have been shut out. And the Cardinals have scored 6. Strike 1 to Adrian Beltre. You think about that rainout washing away Game 6. Strike 2 on Beltre.
Clearly helping the Cardinals.
Certainly now, looking back, with Carpenter getting a chance to make a start on short rest, he was very good. The relief good again tonight for St. Louis. Into the bottom of the inning. Sponsored by Audi, Truth in Engineering, by State Farm for auto, home, life, and banking. Get to a better state. And by Walmart. Layaway is back for Christmas in our toys, electronics, and jewelry departments. Jason Mott is getting ready for the 9th inning. It's a 6-2 game. Ogando is getting loose. Nick Punto will bat. For Lance Lynn. Ball 1. The 1-0. 2-0 from Michael Gonzalez. 2-1. You think about how this season started for the Cardinals, losing Adam Wainwright, their #1 starter, before he made a spring training start. 20-game winner last year, won 19 the year before. As Punto flies into center, 1 out. The obituaries that were being written at the end of August with those numbers, 10.5 out on August 25th. They won the wild card on the final day of the season. They beat the Phillies. They beat the Brewers. And in the historic Game 6, came back twice from a 2-run deficit, the 9th inning and beyond, the 9th and 10th, and then won it in the 11th. As Theriot takes a strike from Gonzalez.
Coming back from 2-run deficits in the same game. You may remember back 10 years ago, 2001, the great World Series between the Yankees and the Diamondbacks, when the Yankees came back from a 2-run deficit 2 games in a row, games 4 and 5.
Gonzalez has retired all 3. He's faced 2 out in the 8th.
The dramatic Tino Martinez home run to tie it. And then Scott Brocious the next night in Game 5 to tie it. And the Yankees won both ball games.
Here's Alan Craig. Meanwhile, the Cardinals are shooting for their 11th World Series title. That is #2 in Major League Baseball to the Yankees' 27. They won in 06 prior to that. Last time was 82 against Milwaukee. Strike 1 on Alan Craig. One ball, 1 strike. Gonzalez has come out of the bullpen throwing well. The Rangers in the 9th will have Cruz, Napoli, Murphy. Counts 2-1 on Craig. His homer tonight went up to, it looked like, take a home run away from Nelson Cruz. Good breaking ball for strike 2. Looks like Gonzalez limping around a little bit after that previous pitch. They're looking at Gonzalez, who's wincing a bit as he waits to deliver a 2-2 pitch. He was picked up in August to add to this bullpen. Gonzalez injured himself 2 pitches ago. You look at the ALCS and what this bullpen did is Ron Washington, Mike Maddox, a trainer, come out to look at Gonzalez. Here's the pitch that looked like kind of lost his balance afterward, and then here's another look at it from behind home plate. And he's been a little off since then. That's going to be it. So Alexio Ogando, who was a big part of those numbers we showed you from the ALCS. The work that the bullpen did against the Tigers, it's been a different story in the World Series. And Ogando will take over with 2 out and a 3-2 count on Allen Craig when we come back. The 8th inning continues. And a little mist starts to fall here at Busch Stadium. Ogando with a 3-2 count he inherits, and he gets the strikeout. That goes on his record, and that sends Game 7 into the 9th inning. The Cardinals 3 outs away from the World Series title here in 2011, up 6-2 on the Texas Rangers. for the Cardinals in the 9th inning, up by 4. Nick Punto takes over at second base. Descalso is in at third. John Jay is in the game in center. Skip Schumacher from center to right. Berkman out and Jason Mott, the man in the middle. Ball one inside to Nelson Cruz. Mott worked last night, went 2 innings and allowed 2 runs on the home run by Hamilton. Cruz robbed of a home run his last time up. Takes the ball outside. It's 2-0. On deck is Napoli. Murphy. Rangers need 3 guys to get on to have a chance. 2-1. The championship flags. Their last one in 06 over Detroit. The 2-1. Popped up. John Jay. 2 outs away. Player of the game, Chris Carpenter, on short rest. Had a rough start and then settled in. And he gave the Cardinals everything they could have hoped for. 5 strikeouts. Into the 7th inning. 2 runs on 6 hits. It's brought to you by the Audi A8. True greatness should never go unrecognized. 1 out in the 9th. Napoli, strike 1. 1 for 3 tonight is Napoli. Rangers had a tough time manufacturing runs. Their running game was virtually stopped by Yadier Molina. Cardinals manufactured runs tonight and last night without getting the ball out of the infield. They lead 6-2 in Game 7. Strike 2. Ball 2, 2-2. If Chris Carpenter gets the win, she will. If the Cardinals hang on, he will go 4-0 this postseason. Left side for Descalso. Just into the game. 2 out. Nobody, and I mean nobody, could have expected the Cardinals to be in this position even midway through September. Nobody. 10.5 out on August 25th. 7.5 out with 20 left. 3 out with 5 games to go. That's at the wild card spot. This team crashed the postseason party, and they're 1 out away. And now 2 strikes away. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011. Number 11 in 2011. And the Cardinals celebrate in the middle of Busch Stadium. Somewhere down in that mess is Ken Rosenthal. Ken.
Thanks, Joe. Alan, what was going through your mind in the 9th inning? And what was going through your mind when the ball was in the air?
I was just hoping Mike could finish it right there. When the ball was up, I was just like, just catch it. And it's over, and we got it. It was unbelievable.
You did so many things in this series. The hits off of Gandhi, the home runs, games 3, 6, and 7. What are you going to remember most?
The whole thing, the whole experience, my teammates. Just an unbelievable group of guys. I mean, I wish everybody in the country could get to know these guys. It's unbelievable. I'm just glad to be a part of it.
Tonight, Alan, the home run and the catch. Which did you like better?
It's all good. I don't care. The home run was nice. The catch was better. I've never done that before.
Okay, last thing. This guy right here, Jason Mott. What about him and what he did this year?
Unbelievable. He was locked down at the end of the games all season long. We have all the confidence in the world in him. He's an amazing talent. Unbelievable.
Alan, congratulations. Thank you very much. Joe, back to you.
And now welcome to the Chevrolet World Series postgame show on Fox. What a World Series. What a night. 6-2 is the final in Game 7. And with fireworks booming overhead, down below there should be a very satisfied Tony La Russa, who didn't let this team quit. And they fought all the way through Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and now Texas.
In response to Alan Craig's comment about this country getting to know these guys, this country has gotten to know these guys.
Furcal has his first. And we go back down to the field and Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. Jason, you've talked a lot about breathing on the mound. How hard was it to breathe during that 9th inning?
You know, it was, but it wasn't. It was one of those things that, you know, if you don't, the inning's going to get out of hand. So I just tried to, you know, throw strikes, do what I did. I got behind it first, and I was like, you know, I gotta start throwing strikes, getting ahead of guys, and, you know, it worked out.
After Game 6, coming to the park today, what was your feeling?
I mean, we were all in the clubhouse, and we were a loose bunch of guys. We were in there hanging out, dancing around, had music playing. You know, that's the way we've been, and that's how we play the best. And we came out, and you know, we were able to do it today, and it's just amazing.
What about Carpenter tonight? 3 days rest, and what he gave you?
Awesome. You know, I mean, he went out there, and I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more. I mean, that was amazing. Carp did a great job. You know, our hitters were able to get some runs on the board, and you know, we got the win. This is amazing.
What do you think this night's going to be like for you?
I'm probably just going to go back, you know, fall asleep. Probably what time is it? Probably fall asleep in the next 30, 40 minutes. No, I have no idea. I got family. I got my nephew in town. I got my wife. I got everybody here. So it's going to be awesome just being able to celebrate this. And there is no tomorrow. So, you know what? We can enjoy this as long as we want.
Jason, congratulations.
Yes,
Joe, back to you.
They can enjoy it, and they deserve it as they get their 11th championship in franchise history. The trophy presentation is coming up. This should be some celebration here tonight. Cardinals win in 7 games. Back after this. Roost as we welcome you back to the Chevy World Series postgame show on Fox. More reaction when the final out was squeezed by Alan Craig and left. Now the dugout. And a bear hug for La Russa from Berkman. Hugs all over. And we go down to the field for the trophy presentation. Here's Chris Rose.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. I am joined by a bunch of very happy Cardinal executives. Bill DeWitt Jr., the chairman, CEO. Bill DeWitt III, the team president. John Mozeliak, the GM. Tony La Russa as well. I know you guys are anxious to get your hands on the hardware, so I welcome in the Commissioner of Baseball, Bud Selig.
Thank you very much. This was a historic World Series between the American League champion Texas Rangers and the St. Louis Cardinals, who are now the world champions of baseball for the 11th time in their glorious and great history. Tonight is the culmination of extraordinary run, winning the wild card in dramatic fashion, making last night's incredible comeback, and now adding to the Cardinals' National League record with your 11th title. I congratulate the chairman and CEO, Bill DeWitt Jr., club president Bill DeWitt III, general manager John Mozeliak, and manager Tony La Russa. Gentlemen, once your club has brought pride to the city of St. Louis and the legions of loyal Cardinal fans, I am honored to present the Commissioner's Trophy to the 2011 World Champion St. Louis Cardinals.
Bill, what does an 11th title mean to this city, especially the way you guys came back over the last 2 months?
This is one of the great runs in baseball history, an incredible come-from-behind team, 10.5 games out in August, and we just never gave up. And we had 3 great series in the postseason, and we were fortunate to come out on top in all of them, and I give all the credit in the world to our general manager here for making the deals to put us in this position, and our manager, Tony La Russa, who did a masterful managerial job, one for the ages.
Congratulations, Bill. John, come on in here. John Mozeliak, the architect of your 2011 World Champion St. Louis Cardinals. You knew you built a very talented team, but this team showed tremendous resiliency and heart this year.
Well, you know, we play in a city like this where we have the greatest fans in the world. They come out every day and they allow us to do what we did this year. So I thank all of them and all our employees, because without them, we're not standing here. So thank you.
John, congratulations. Tony La Russa. Tony, it's raining a little bit, but it cannot rain on your parade. The story has been well documented. 10.5 games back on August 25th. You clinch on the last day of the regular season. You knock out the favorite Phillies in round 1, beat the Brewers in round 2, down to your last strike not once but twice last night, and you came back and you believe it.
That's probably the way to explain it. It's unbelievable, amazing, incredible. You know, the teams we played in the playoffs, I mean, all great teams, great competition. We have so much respect for them. But I'm going to tell you one thing. We had a night here on a Saturday against Chicago. We're losing 1-0. And our crowd started cheering when we came to bat and we scored 2 to win it. I believe that did more to get us going than anything. So this is for you fans. Thank you so much.
Tony, on a personal note, this crowd was just chanting your name. Tony, Tony. When you hear that and the love affair you've had with this city for 16 years now, how does it make you feel?
Well, as Bob Gibson told me before the game, he says in 2006 I became part of the club. All the guys on this team, the coaching staff, Now we're officially in cement, and that means a lot with the history of this organization.
How about the performance of Chris Carpenter, your Game 7 starter, coming back on just 3 days rest for the second time in his career? What makes him such a bulldog on the mound?
Well, last night, Dave and I started talking about it. I said, Dave, we just had a great win. Let's talk about it tomorrow. And I called him in the morning. I said, how about the alternatives? He says, are you kidding? It's Chris Carpenter now. He hung up on me.
You know, in the bottom of the 6th, you had Nick Punto getting ready to bat, and it looked like you and Chris Carpenter had a little chat in the dugout. Did he work his way back into this game?
You know where he got back into it? Because the game has never seen a better catcher than Yadier Molina. We learned to trust him. And he came in the dugout and he said, Carp's got plenty left, and we trust him.
You know, you told me before the World Series started, you probably allowed yourself to enjoy this run a little bit more than any other in your 33 years as a manager. At some point in the offseason, are you going to sit back, look at this thing and say, wow, that was impressive?
You know, that's the pledge we made to ourselves as a team as we got closer and finally got in the playoffs. I said, look, let's not get distracted. If we can get all the way or however far we go, we enjoy it afterwards. And now it's afterwards, and we're going to enjoy it.
Tony La Russa, congratulations. Plenty of player interviews still coming your way with the likes of Albert Pujols and Lance Berkman. Plus, we will present the World Series MVP award. But right now, back on upstairs to Joe Buck.
It is the 3rd World Series championship for Tony La Russa, number 3 in the all-time managerial win list. He won in '89, he won in '06, and this improbable win in 2011. So much more to come from St. Louis. The celebration started on that fly ball to left, and it will continue for days in this town as the Cardinals win it all. Here in 11, back with more after this. On Fox. With that, we go back down to the field and Chris Rose.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. It's time right now for the World Series MVP presentation. Once again, Commissioner Selig.
The 2011 World Series Most Valuable Player, presented by Chevrolet, is St. Louis native Cardinal third baseman David Freese. What a postseason. You're the 6th player ever to win the LCS MVP and the World Series MVP in the same year. You set an all-time record with runs batted in and hits, including the big double tonight in the game. Your Game 6 performance will turn out to be, David, one for the ages. Your triple and home run last night will be a part of the lore of this great franchise forever. I'm sure this is a dream come true for a St. Louis native. Congratulations, most valuable player, David Freese.
And right now, I want to welcome in Chris Perry, the Vice President of Chevrolet Global Marketing and Strategy, who wants to present a few gifts.
Well, David, first off, congratulations to you and the St. Louis Cardinals for a fantastic series. And as long to dedicate your performance, we want to donate to you, in honor of your performance, a home field makeover for St. Louis area here. And for your own performance, a brand new 2012 Chevrolet Corvette.
Not bad for a guy who has driven in the most runs in a single postseason. David, you're a guy that grew up in Wildwood, Missouri, about 30 miles from this stadium right here. To be standing on this diamond, you grew up a Cardinals fan, and now to be the World Series MVP, what does it mean to you?
This means everything. You know, just from the beginning, all this, getting drafted, and then the Cardinals seeing something in me, and it working out for me to get traded over here, and just the excitement that my friends and family and you know, everybody around me we've had this whole ride. You know, this team deserves this, and this organization is top notch. And but you know, these fans, you know, you got to give these guys credit. They're unbelievable, and they are the best fans in baseball. This is definitely a dream come true.
David, it's well documented. 10 years ago, you quit the game of baseball. You walked away. You just wanted to be a regular kid and a college student as well. If I had told you a decade ago you'd be standing right here as the World Series MVP, you would have said?
No chance. But this is why you keep battling, you know. And sometimes things don't work out. You know, you get injured, you do stupid stuff, but you try and stay on path, and you surround yourself with guys like we have on this team. The character of the guys on this team is second to none, and I'm so glad to be a part of this.
You've kind of walked around the postseason a little bit, almost in awe, a little bit of this whole experience. Like last night, did you even go home and sleep, or have you been wired? And
I had about 45 minutes of sleep last night at about 8 a.m. I couldn't really understand what was going on, and I think that was a good thing. You learn from all these veterans how to go about this game, and I wouldn't be here without all these guys on my team, all the coaches I've had, you know, since I was 3. You know, my dad teaching me how to hit the ball the other way. You know, this is incredible.
David, congratulations. I think there's about 50,000 people that want a ride home tonight.
I'll try and make that work.
David Freese, your 2011 World Series MVP. Congratulations.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. And congratulations to David Freese. What more can this kid do? 348 average. The game-winning home run, a walk-off in Game 6. Heck, he tied Game 7 tonight in the first with a 2-out, 2-run double. And that launched him to the World Series MVP. David Freese tells the story as we welcome you inside our broadcast booth that he was always one of the smaller guys on the team, and his dad forever told him, hit it the other way, hit it the other way. And it was his 2-out, 2-strike triple the other way last night that put the Cardinals in this position.
And it was his straightaway home run that won it. One other thing to mention, too, that the
the shrewd tactician of Tony La Russa telling his team tonight before the game, and you talked about it, Joe, during the telecast, going around to each and every Cardinal and telling them how important it was to forget about last night. It's a very intelligent thing. When you think about something like that, it's so intelligent. Don't get caught up in what happened last night. It was a magnificent game. We've got work to do tonight.
And they won tonight 6-2. Back down to the field. Here's Chris Rose.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. I'm joined right now by Lance Berkman. 13 years. It has been a 13-year journey for you. What is it like to finally reach the Holy Grail?
I mean, it's hard to put into words. It's exhilarating. The fans make it extra special. This team is the greatest I've ever played on. I mean, it's just a great group of guys. I've enjoyed myself immensely here in St. Louis and couldn't think of a better ending.
You're a happy-go-lucky guy, but at any point over the last 2 months or even the last 24 hours, did you think this team was going to fall short?
We just kept playing. You know, we try not to think about that. Obviously, we've been down. We didn't have a great regular season until the last month. We put it together, had a great postseason run, and here we are, world champions.
Was it as fun to play in this series as it was to watch?
Fun may not be the right word, but it's fun now.
Lance Berkman, congratulations. Put your hands on that one if you want it. I've got Albert Pujols right here. Albert, it just seemed like every night it was a different guy. It was you in Game 3, Yadier Molina as well. Lance chipped in, David Freese. Was that the strength of this team? Different guy, different night?
Well, definitely. You know, I think the last month of the season, that's where it started everything. You know, different guys were coming huge, getting big hits, and we carried that into the postseason, and here we are, world champions.
Why didn't this team ever die? I mean, it seemed like at any point over the last 2+ months you could have quit. Why didn't you?
Well, I think everything started with the manager. You know, we have a future Hall of Fame, Tony La Russa. They always trusting us and pretty much, you know, just let us play. And I think the veteran guys, you know, really take the young guys under the wing, you know, enjoy the way that we play Cardinals baseball. And that's how we did it. And here we are, you know. 2 months ago, we were supposed to be home watching the World Series. Now we're the world champions.
Albert, we know that you're a free agent. We don't know what the future holds. But what do you want to say right now to the great people of St. Louis?
You know what? I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about, you know, we're the world champion, and I'm going to celebrate. And whenever that time comes, you know, then we'll deal with it. But right now, you know, I enjoy this. You never know when it's going to be your last one, so I'm going to enjoy this one like the same way that I did my first one. So thank you to all the fans for the support. I never give up, you know, and just pretty much, you know, trusting on us when nobody was doing it.
Albert Pujols, congratulations on your second ring.
Thank you so much.
Here's your Game 7 winner, Chris Carpenter and family. Chris, it looks like you've got quite a headdress working here.
I do. She's my biggest fan. She sits up there and waves to me every single night, and all these people are great. It's awesome to get this the World Series back here in St. Louis, to get another ring. We've been so fortunate to have great fans, a great organization, but our ball club here is unbelievable. You people do not even know what kind of quality people we have on this ball club. These guys are amazing, and I love them.
You know, when the rainout happened on Wednesday night, I could kind of see a little sparkle in your eye thinking, boy, if we get to Friday, I'm getting that ball.
I was hoping so. Obviously, it's not my decision. It's Tony's. But I was hoping I'd have an opportunity to go ahead and pitch in that game. And fortunately, it worked out. It started off a little rough in the first, but I was able to collect myself, make some pitches. And our guys did an awesome job to battle back. And I mean, it's just amazing.
Just looking back on Game 6, I mean, you played the role of cheerleader over there, so you were almost like a fan. What was it like to be a part of that?
Man, what a game. You know, I've been fortunate to be a part of a few different games. I think it was Game 7 against the Mets there before in 2006 when Yachty hit that home run, which was amazing. The ups and downs in that game last night was just unbelievable, and it was just a great game to be a part of. I'll be able to grow up and be old and tell these guys when I'm super old what an unbelievable game it was.
Well, not only do you have to work 7 innings, but you got to carry your kids around as well.
Anytime I want, I'll carry them all night long.
Congratulations, Chris Carpenter. Enjoy the fishing trip with Roy Halladay in Brazil.
I will. Thank you so much.
Your 2011 World Champion St. Louis Cardinals.
All right, Chris, thank you. We watched that celebration on the field. We've had the trophy presentation. We will continue on the Chevy Postgame Show here on Fox as the Cardinals win tonight, win the series. What a postseason. Back with more after this. Chevy World Series postgame show on Fox. The final score here in Game 7, 6-2 Carpenter over Harrison. And the Cardinals win their 11th World Series title in a game that lasted 3 hours, 17 minutes. A very gracious Ron Washington, who we have thoroughly enjoyed watching this postseason, and last took a moment to answer questions from our Ken Rosenthal. Kenny?
Thanks. Ron, I know there's a lot of hurt in that room right now. What did you tell your team?
Well, I just told them they're champions, which I believe. Someone had to win, someone had to lose, and the Cardinals did it, you know. If there's anything that I could take back from this World Series is that one pitch from last night. But you can't. And we went out there and we gave it everything we had tonight, and I got to congratulate the Cardinals. They were the better team, and they are the world champions. And all we can do is come back next year and commit ourselves to it again as they did this year. And it's obvious that if they commit themselves to something, they can get it done. And that was it.
Which pitch are you talking about from last night? Which one burned you?
There was an opportunity 3 times, I think, for one pitch to get us the 3rd out, and we just didn't get it done. And, I mean, if I had to look back, that was it. So it was in our grasp, and we didn't get it. And tonight we fought hard for it, but the Cardinals got it.
Now, people are going to ask, how much did Game 6 take out of you? And yet you had a 2-0 lead tonight. And I wonder, in your view, what happened these last 2 games with your pitching?
Well, you know, we just didn't get it done. It's the bottom line. They've been great for us all year, and we just didn't get it done. You know, we jumped out 2-0, and then we get 2 outs, and they get back in it. And from that point on, you know, Carpenter did a good job in between innings, and they put some more runs on the board, and we just couldn't catch up. But my hat's off to the Cardinals. They cleanly beat us. We certainly didn't give them anything. They beat us.
You guys accomplished an awful lot this year. You won the West, you beat the Rays, you beat the Tigers, and yet, even with 2 American League pennants, I'm sure there's an emptiness. How disappointing is it that you haven't taken the final step?
Well, it's very disappointing because that's what you're playing for. But, you know, we're men. We're grown men. And we know exactly what it takes. And we feel like we got the materials inside that clubhouse that can give us an opportunity to get back. And certainly that's the taste that'll be in our mouth. And we'll work hard again. And hopefully if we can stay healthy, we can get back and have another opportunity.
Ron, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to you.
All right, Kenny, thank you. And you look at a graphic of losing back-to-back World Series as the Rangers now have done since 1961 on a list of the Yankees, Dodgers, and Braves. And a couple of things. You and I have thoroughly enjoyed being around Ron Washington, and it is obvious when we're around him in the clubhouse and these players how much they take from that guy. He's a great leader and very gracious the way he answered the questions. He's the right guy in charge of the Texas Rangers.
You will rarely run into a man with the warmth, integrity, and humor of Ron Washington. At times he had us howling during our meetings with him in his office. His common sense approach to the game. I think the Rangers are going to be happy with Ron Washington for a long time.
And let's say this. This is a Texas team that was in the World Series last year. They're in it this year. They are loaded. They should be back. They should have every expectation to get back to this point again next year or the year after.
They're loaded, and will they regret Game 6 of the World Series this year? Well, of course they will. But it's one, as you said earlier, Joe, one of the great games that any of us have ever seen in the history of our watching and announcing and playing the game.
And it was the Cardinals winning Game 6 last night in 11. So close to defeat. The Rangers so close to a championship, and the Cardinals just would not quit. Getting 2 in the 9th, 2 in the 10th, 1 in the 11th to win it. And it really was the end of what was an incredible run. Trailing by 10.5 on August 25th, they clinched their spot the last day of the season. They defeated the top 2 teams in the National League to get to the World Series, Philadelphia and Milwaukee. That Game 6 last night is something that none of us will ever forget. And they win their 11th here in 2011. And so that's the end of this postseason for us. It's been a pleasure, my friend. Great to be sitting next to you. This has been something that I don't think we've ever had more fun.
I don't either. Relaxed and yet intense at the same time.
There's no doubt about it. That's it for us in the broadcast booth. And one note, A.J. Brzezinski has joined us in the pregame and the postgame and has become a new friend of Fox. He's been just fantastic on the pregame set. Eric Karros always is, as is Chris Rose. Guys, it's all yours.
All right, Joe and Tim, thank you very much. The St. Louis Cardinals celebrating their 11th World Championship, and they just ran down their resume over the last 2 months. And if there's one common theme on getting back into this race, getting into the postseason, advancing to the World Series, and finally winning it, it was tonight's starter, AJ.
Absolutely. I know David Freese won the MVP of this series, but Chris Carpenter had to be a close second. because of the rain on Wednesday and missing Game 6, he was able to come back and pitch again. And he threw the ball tremendously. He told us before the game he learned so much from the 3 days rest he missed before. Look at these pitches. Look at the location. Down and away. I talked about the curveball. The only curveball he got a strikeout on was with Napoli. He had a tremendous slider, cutter working. You see bad swings on it the whole night long. Chris Carpenter, you deserve a lot more credit than you got. I said the Rangers would win. Carp, you brought the Cardinals back to your 11th World Series. Congratulations.
And it wasn't just Chris Carpenter. It was a St. Louis Cardinal offense. They were dominant, whether they're pounding out base hits or home runs, or whether they're standing up there working counts and taking pitches. I mean, tonight, for instance, David Freese did hit the big double, no question about it. But what preceded that? Walks. The Texas Rangers continued to issue free pass after free pass, and the St. Louis Cardinals were patient. In that 5th inning, they just could not find the plate. St. Louis just stood up there. They did not even get a base hit that inning. They scored a couple runs. That was a big difference in this series. In the ALCS, they issued 22 walks against Detroit. None of those runners scored. In this series, 41 walks. St. Louis just took advantage.
That's way too many walks.
It is. I mean, I don't know.
Unbelievable.
I don't know what destiny is. I really don't. But I think I just watched it. I think I watched it over the last 7. What St. Louis did, the improbable run, the rain the other day, so Carpenter gets to pitch. The game, they come back last night when they were left for dead so many times. And Tony La Russa told us prior to this series, he wanted to finish off the World Series because of the improbable run that they had to get here. And he wanted people to remember that improbable run. People will remember.
So once again, congratulations to the 2011 World Champion St. Louis Cardinals. And Joe, let us just echo the thought, or AJ, let's echo the thoughts that Joe Buck just shared. We've had a great time with you up here through the ALCS and now the World Series. And if you want to take an 8,000% pay cut, you can join us.
Well, thanks. I hope to be back here at the World Series next year, but hopefully it's back there if you can see over my shoulder. I'd like to try to get another one of these instead of doing it. You guys were great, and I appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully we can do it again.
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm rooting for a nice 500 season for the White Sox next year. So you can be here with us.
You just want to come back so you can watch me eat more than you. That's the problem.
That's a great point. AJ, continued success. Enjoy the offseason. Best of luck to the 2012 Chicago White Sox under Robin Ventura. You'll open next season, I think, in Texas, too.
Yeah,
that'll be a whole lot of fun.
American League champs, opening day.
So, AJ, thanks very much. And EK, as always, it's great working with you, pal.
Good job.
All right, well, a quick reminder that coming up next, except on the West Coast, it is your late local news. And then this week on Fox NFL Sunday, we're already in Week 8 regional action. Check your local listings for the game in your area. The day begins with a pregame show at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, only on Fox. Promotional consideration paid for by the following. For more information on tonight's game and other Major League Baseball news, simply log on to foxsports.com, powered by MSN, the world's favorite sports site. For Tim McCarver, Joe Buck, and the rest of our stellar Fox crew, I'm Chris Rose saying so long from Busch Stadium. You've been watching Fox Sports, home of the 2011 World Series. Now, we here at Fox would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the great folks at Major League Baseball who work so hard to make our postseason experience smooth and successful. Special thanks also to our Fox Sports technical and production crew, the best in the biz. They have spent the better part of the month of October out here on the road, away from their families, bringing you all the great pictures and moments from a very memorable postseason. Now, appropriately, we're going to leave you tonight with Coldplay's latest. For the 11th time in their glorious history, the St. Louis Cardinals have reached baseball paradise.
What a team! What a ride! The Cardinals are world champs! And the Cardinals lead 2-0 in the fourth of Game 1. Pujols leads Carpenter the bag for the out.
What a remarkable play by Chris Carpenter.
And the Cardinals win Game 1 3-2. Colby Lewis has been fantastic. What a play by Andrus. Flips for the out. Kinzer with a huge stolen base for the Rangers. Texas gets the win. That ball is absolutely murdered. He's got another. And here goes one into left. Pujols has tied Reggie Jackson with 3 home runs. That is tomahawked way out of here to left. Got him looking. Rangers win it 4-0. One big swing by Napoli and a lot of great pitches from Derek Holland. This ball is down and off the wall. A final of 4-2. And it's 9-9. We will see you tomorrow night. Back at the wall. The Cardinals have taken the lead. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.